Good evening, good evening, good evening. I hope we are all well. Sorry we were late.
Not late.
It's
It's
just
36.
had the usual little bit of drama before we started. I think we should before we get stuck in and do all the cool stuff that we normally do at the start of a stream, Damien, is make sure that everyone can hear us
Absolutely.
because we're well known for producing some top quality content that no one ever hears.
Yeah, I know. It's good. They expect us at 8:37 and it was 8:36. So I reckon we're early. There's actually 36 people watching, so that's topical. I can see us on the internet now. As of yet, no one has confirmed one way or the other. Pop in the chat or someone if the sound.
Yeah,
right.
there's about a 20-second delay. So
Can
yes,
hear you. Sound right. It's fine.
You.
It's fine.
Yeah,
it's working.
It's
good evening.
It's
good
fine,
evening. Good evening.
Ross Geller
good
said.
evening. It's fine. F is for fine. Good evening, and welcome to Battle Streams in Middle Earth. This is, of course, our largely fortnightly stream where we traditionally take a look through this bad boy, the Lord of the Rings strategy battle games in Middle Earth part work by Diegstini. And we would take a look at an issue. I know it's funny. It says battle games in Middle Earth here, and that's not what it's called. But Steve, what did we do?
It's a play on words, mate. It's a play on words. Basically,
we changed it. That one.
We changed it. Where it says games,
yeah,
we didn't do that.
Got rid of that.
Copyright infringement and all that stuff. We changed it to streams. So Battle Streams Middle Earth. Made it our own, if you like.
The think piece. We did make it our own. But yes, indeed. Normally we take a look through an issue of this, and we kind of hang out together. We read the magazine together, and we chat about the models that are in it, the scenarios that are in it, and so on and so forth. And we just hang out for a few hours on a Friday evening, and that's what Battle Streams Middle Earth is about. And the idea is that whilst you do this, whilst you hang out with us, you do some painting. But here's the twist: you don't just keep working on your army. You paint something different, something fun, something purely for the love of the hobby. That's always what it's about. And the point of...
Oh, are we there?
I'm there. You there?
Yeah, I'm here, mate, yeah.
Tell you, the point of Battle Streams Middle Earth is to clear your backlog. We've got these massive backlogs of models. And the idea is that if you paint with us and you just paint something for the fun of it, you get rid of some models that you never would have got rid of otherwise. So how do they want to paint some models they wouldn't have painted, but how can we help them with that, Steve? How do they normally get involved? What do they do?
So over on the Great British Hobbit League, as Frederick, as per every time we stream, gets on my case about 7:45 or something like that. Where's the whip thread? Where's the whip thread? Where's the whip thread? The whip thread is up on the Great British Hobbit League. I know it's up because I'm looking at it on my other screen. I can see people are commenting, so well done you. Whatever you're working on this evening, post it in that whip thread. If you're not a member on the Great British Hobbit League, get on there now and get on it. Either you don't know about the Great British Hobbit League, or you've been booted, which you probably won't get back in. So
that's a good point, yeah. You're not coming back in.
Yeah. But post it in there, and at some point later on in the stream we'll have a look at all the stuff that you're working on. It doesn't have to be on topic, but we really want it to be. It doesn't even have to be Middle Earth. Whatever you are painting whilst watching us, it'll be nice just to see what you're working on. But there is a theme to the stream.
Yeah, so that's what I kind of meant, Steve. Like, what's the theme normally? How do we decide the theme each week?
So normally the theme is whatever models came in the magazine, the issue number that we're working on. We'd say, right, paint that, or something's close to that, and you'll be entered into a draw, which we'll come to in a minute. But because we're not looking through a magazine today,
what?
Have we not? Have you not covered that? I was still stressed from not being able to get the camera to work. We're not covering a magazine today.
What?
I mean, the thumb give it away, but brace yourselves. It's a Rings of Power special.
No.
It certainly is.
What's Rings of Power?
It's an exciting time for Middle Earth fans this week.
Is that the TV series?
The new TV series.
Is it
was released on Friday.
Oh my God.
Super special, very privileged people got to see it a little bit early, which we'll come to later on, Mr. Robert.
They did, didn't they? Yeah.
Only
the most handsome people.
It's been a really exciting time. So what we decided was tonight, Damien will probably correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure we said.
When you make it up.
It was 2 long weeks ago.
Yeah,
pretty sure we said anything that is in any characters or whatever that's in the Rings of Power. You can work on tonight, and that will be entered into the draw. What can they win, Damien?
What can't they win, Stephen?
Mm.
They can win. Let's see how this goes.
I like to see that we're back in the BSIME studio.
What do you think?
Pots of paint. They can win pots of paint.
Is that all right? How are we looking?
Can you not see it on screen?
Well, I can see it on Zoom. I can't see it on the YouTubes yet.
We go through this every week. Don't take that. That's
yeah, but I'm 20 seconds behind, aren't I? So
that's why I'm filling now and sort of saying, yeah, we're waffling a little bit, so the 20 seconds can catch up. You should be able to see. So basically, what I can see to the left,
paint. It's just paint. I can see. All right.
Yeah.
So help me out then. What about this?
Now I can see the Patreon only dice and your very messy mixing takeaway tub.
So in short, this isn't working then.
We can see. Stay there. Go back. Stop.
I mean, do you know what I could do? Hang on. I've got an idea. What about this?
Yes.
Could it really be so simple?
Yeah, boy.
I reckon if I engineer a system.
Yeah. This is live. This is live TV.
So.
Never work with kids, animals, or old burns. Live paint pot on its side. Live paint pot on its side.
Live paint pot on its side. Are you mad?
How
about
that? Yeah, there you go. That'll do.
That'll do, man. Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is? That is the lid from a breast milk bottle.
That breast milk looks like it might have gone off.
Is that not what it's meant to look like?
Hey, that's topical. That was like the cow's milk.
I squeezed that out of a cow earlier. Let's be very clear. That's a reference to Rings of Power and not my wife.
Yes.
How is that now looking?
Yeah. That's what I can see the logo.
It needs to go over to the.
You need to go towards
side, doesn't it?
To the left. Right? Yes, that's it. Bang on.
To the left.
That's it. Bang on.
How are we doing there?
That's cool, man.
That was seamless.
Yeah, seamless. So where were we? Oh yeah, what they could win.
Well, they can win, Steve. Well, they can't win these. They can't win these.
They can't win those. They're Patreon only dice. Then
money can buy those. What you can win is this bad boy. Oh yeah, 3. The
divided
number
by 2
of Elven Rings. The number of Lord of the Rings films. Very, very topical. You can
the next episode of Rings of Power.
It's a perfect dice. This is one of our black Battle Streams of Middle-earth dice, and money cannot buy these. The only way you can get hold of one of these is by being on theme with us. And Steve, do you know what? This might surprise you, but I think you did a very good job of what
of winging it,
of what we were doing. Yeah, I think we did indeed say named heroes.
Yeah,
that we know are going to appear in Rings of Power.
Yeah.
So that's
Nori,
Elrond, not Nori, different Nori. All those, who else isn't there?
Halbrand.
You can probably pronounce Sauron, right? You could do Sauron, couldn't you? Then it gets a bit murky because we said obviously we're going to see the rings go to the Dwarf Kings.
Yeah.
So we have Dwarf Kings, Kings of Men, Ring Wraiths. It all gets a bit tricky. A lot of people want Celeborn. I'm fairly sure Celeborn's not going to be in it, so we'll decide that when we're half cut later. Yeah. But you're in that kind of vein.
Yeah. If you know the dance,
if you want to be safe, work on a Gil-galad or an Elrond or a Galadriel or something. It's not going to be. We're not going for Record Breaker tonight because it's too varied and open.
Yeah.
So it's likely to be pretty relaxed. But
this is we'll do it just for fun tonight, just for fun.
Yeah. But no sort of generic captains and no warriors, right? They need to be heroes.
But if there are any conversions, we'll take those.
Will we?
Yeah.
What convert?
Naked guys with beards.
Any conversions?
I'm thinking a green tree. If I don't see a naked guy in a beard with a pair of underpants on.
His little
do you know what? I've just said it right, and I've just took a sneak peek at the whip thread.
And
as I'm talking about the gentleman himself,
he's done it already.
He's done it.
You love to see it.
What a man!
Oh, there you go. So something to do with that. Something to do with being on theme around the Rings of Power.
Yeah.
We will. That's what gets you in.
Yeah. Do you want to change camera back, or
I am trying?
Are we going to talk about Citadel paint pots?
There we go.
There he is. Look at him.
There he is.
Beautiful man.
I think that's all the admin, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
We'll get to Rings of Power. We're going to be talking about a lot of Rings of Power tonight.
When did the stream last, by the way? Was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Jesus.
Indeed, lots happened in Middle Earth.
Flown by, innit?
Yes. I remember like 2 weeks ago, I hadn't been to the world premiere of The Rings Bell. What? All night, yeah.
2 weeks ago, my missus had never ever seen anything to do with Middle Earth on screen.
Did she really? I didn't realise she hadn't
Ever,
seen
mate.
the films.
Ever.
Well,
13 years. Now. 13 years I've been at her.
Is that how long it took to
and
watch
then
it?
I asked her if she wanted to.
Hey! I'm sure we will be talking about our various experiences later in the evening. But Steve,
yes,
I know you want to win a black dice. Oh, what are you working on tonight?
I'll be honest with you. Yeah. It's not the answer you think you're going to get.
Really?
I may get the wet palette out, but I've been very rushed today. So literally, the reason we were mainly a big part was my fault why we were a bit late tonight. The camera just wouldn't work. Anyone who tunes in every week knows all the palaver I've had, and I've had to change, and I have to do this thing lately where I have to press the button because it goes on standby. Well, I have to do that now because the old way is working, and the new way that I had I couldn't get to work. And I just thought I'll try the old way, and it worked. So I don't know why the old way now works and the new way doesn't work. But basically, I've not prepped anything, but I still have the things that I've been working on. So I've still got my Easterlings on my desk. I've still got the Dragon Emperor. And what was the other thing I was like? Oh, I've still got all my high elves here. So the beautiful Glorfindel model is there. So I need to get him in my thingy cleaner, the little buzz cleaner thing. I can start on him, but I've got a few more elves that I can build. So I will be doing some hobby tonight. I'm just
sure. you were building an elf army in the last stream. That's what you did.
I want to try and bring it to the meetup if I can, which is a tall order.
Weren't you just assembling it 2 weeks ago? And haven't you done nothing on it since?
No.
was that no, I've done nothing on it, or no, I've done something on it?
No, it's a no, I've done nothing.
You've done nothing on it. So you've currently got no elf army, and you are planning on bringing one elf army.
I was planning on bringing an elf army, but I've got to be realistic. I only realised today when I looked at the calendar that because I've been so excited for Rings of Power coming, and I've been like counting down to that like it's Christmas. The date of the patron meetup, which is this month, in 2 weeks. Is it 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks today. I just forgot how close it was. So yeah, they're not gonna come. But I still may bring elves of some sort. There's a hint on still what I might take. It depends what I can get ready in time. But yeah, anyway, I've got stuff on my desk, so I will be doing a little bit of hobby, whether it's cleaning elves and putting them on the bases or getting some more paint on my Dragon Emperor. I'm unsure yet. I'm going to drink my tea and make my mind up. What about you?
I am working on... I tried to stick on theme, but it also kind of all worked out quite nicely.
Not stick on theme, yeah. Oh,
Gilgalad.
Yeah.
Who I owe battle streams because I didn't get around to him when we did the last Alliance swing. He was primed. I dug him out. I got him. I got him all ready to go. And I think like my Elendil and Isildur just took a bit longer than I thought or something. So he was the only one of those. I did some last Alliance plastics. I did Elendil. I did Isildur, but Gilgalad was the only one that I didn't get done. So I thought, well, he's in it.
Yeah. Wonderfully
played by Benjamin Walker, I guess. And so I thought, well, what a perfect night. So I'm trying to do what I did. I feel like I did either with Elrond or maybe Galadriel a few times. And I'm just trying to one-shot him.
Just get him.
So he was wiped at the quite late last night, and I just chucked a load of base coats on him and washes onto him. All the kind of messy stuff's done. I'm just trying to do him sort of in an evening, basically. Nice. Just smash him out, kind of real BSIME style. And he will be coming to the meetup.
Nice.
I'm going to take my last Alliance stuff. I'm going to take all the stuff, last Alliance stuff I painted on BSIME to the BSIME meetup.
Very
good. It was appropriate.
I've already got him painted. I think Sam Page has still got my foot Gilgalad. I borrowed him a long time ago, and you know Sam Page.
Borrowed.
Just
I can't get on board with that expression. You know.
All right, I lent it to Sam.
I borrowed Sam it. Borrowed Sam it. It just sounds like someone's written down your sentence and dropped it and then reassembled it badly.
To you, but yeah,
I borrowed Sam it to you. What?
Sam Page being Sam Page. I've not had it back.
Yeah.
You know what it's like. It's terrible.
Yeah,
It's terrible.
thief.
Terrible.
Really bad guy.
So yeah, but I mean, the Gilgalad model is one of those models that it's not the best model. It's not the worst
great,
model. But it's very nostalgic. It's that model. Like, it's unmistakable what it is, who it is, and it's from back in the early days.
I'd say, having spent a bit of time with it, it's better than I thought it was.
I found
but then I thought it was very bad.
Yeah, I found that when I painted it. There's just a few things that are just.
Oh, you know, for the backlog, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's what we're working on. Do let us know what you're working on in the chat as well. Again, don't feel weird if it's not on topic or even not Middle Earth. Do let us know what you're
weird.
Don't feel weird.
I feel like a freak or anything.
And if it is your first time here in the chat, please do say hi. Say hi in the chat. We are going to be coming up and probably talking a hell of a lot about Rings of Power.
Yes.
As well as some SBG stuff.
The bit earlier where I said I hadn't seen it, that was just a joke. I have actually seen it. That was just a funny joke.
Buckle up is what I'll say.
There's going to be other jokes like that, just as funny. Stream snacks. As you can see, I've got my cup of tea.
Yes.
I've got a beer down there, ready to go.
Yeah.
Just like Republica were. And I've got 3 very special stream snacks tonight. Okay. I would have liked to show you these 3 streams ago, possibly, but the last 2 streams we've been in Tring on folks.
Right.
And so I haven't had access to this. So I'm curious. We should have talked about this beforehand because I thought we could coordinate. But you talked about Sam Page.
I did.
He's nicked your stuff. Has he given you anything?
No, I've not seen him.
Oh no, is he not?
Yeah, I've not seen him. I know what you're going to show me now, though.
What am I going to show you now?
And the weird thing is, yesterday I had some of them because they sell them in Aldi, and I got some.
Not like this though. These are proper ones. This is how in sync me and Steve are. So we haven't talked about this, but we know. We just know. Yeah, what have I got, Steve?
Knoppers.
Look at that! Just from nowhere. Just picks international chocolate. It's a Knoppers bar. This is
really
a Nussregal.
Yeah, they're really
which
nice.
Which means a royal noose. I think it means. I've got one of these, and I've got Duplo, which is Lego you can eat. Which is
is it Kinder?
Duplo White. I don't think it's made by Kinder, is it? I think it's made by Duplo. It's made by Ferrero. Would you believe it?
Ferrero.
Yeah. So they're really spoiling us. Why have I got these? These seem all international. All the words on the back are in a funny language. There is Wafrigel mit Milkrem, 14.4%, for example. Why have we got these, Steve?
Because Mr. Frederick, the legend that is, met up at Ardacon and handed over some goodies to Damien and handed over some goodies to Sam Page for me. But I've not seen Sam yet. Hopefully I'm going to meet up with him this week. Hopefully.
And he'll tell you I've eaten them. Legend of our community, Frederick Shorts, did indeed give us some of his chocolate from home. He shipped it over to us. Very excited. So I haven't saved these for their virgin demonstration demolition here. That's a terrible choice of 2 words. But I've had them before. Had that before, but I wanted to have some on stream in honour of Mr. Frederick Shorts and to say thank you. They're both excellent.
They're very nice.
Now, 2 chocolate bars would normally be enough for a stream, but I've gone big. And part of the reason I've gone big is because I'm eating 3 chocolate bars on the stream. But Steve, I've got another chocolate bar, and again, we haven't talked about this. You got to try and guess, all right? It's thematic, but we've never had one on the stream before.
It's thematic, but we've never had one on the stream.
Yeah, so it's very BSIME. We've never had one on the stream.
I'm going to go Freddo.
We must have had a Freddo on the stream.
Have we? I don't think we have had a Freddo on the stream.
Of course we have. It's been 66 of them.
All right, then. I'm going to go with the second guess.
Just think carefully.
Is it the limited edition, the new one, Salted Caramel Whisper?
Stephen Crow, take a bow. Look at that.
It was when you stopped and said, think about it. I thought, am I overthinking it?
That's not your answer. You don't mean Freddo. Smashed it, mate. And I've
not had one yet. I've seen them in the garage the other day.
I haven't. And I was in the shop yesterday, and they had them. And bizarrely, get this, it's the same shop in which I first got a hazelnut whisper. And I said to the guy, I was like, this is clearly where I come for new whispers.
They're on the ball with new whispers.
Yeah. So I haven't had one of these, and I'm going straight in.
Yeah.
What do you think? Salted caramel.
I think it's going to taste a lot like a Whisper Gold.
It's slightly more bitter.
With a salty aftertaste. The bar of chocolate I'm talking about. Whisper Gold?
Waiting for aftertaste.
Hmm.
It tastes exactly like a Whisper Gold.
That's why I didn't buy one in the garage the other day. I looked at it and I thought, ooh, new limited edition. Oh, isn't that Whisper Gold?
I mean, exactly like a Whisper Gold.
Yeah.
What you could do is you could buy a Whisper Gold. You know your salt dispenser?
Just sprinkle.
No, get that, but then put it down and just eat the Whisper Gold. And it would taste like that. It's nice. I mean, I like a Whisper Gold, but I'm not getting any salt.
Yeah, it's just a new wrapper.
Nice. It's just a new wrapper. So, you know, it's great. And the Whisper, it's not the Whisper we want.
Someone at Cadbury's went, Jeff, got a load of Whisper Golds here, mate. We need to shift. What can we do? Just put them in a new wrapper and call them limited edition. That'll do. Old Burn will have a couple.
He will. Crow won't fall for it. No.
Yeah.
Not getting the salt.
Still Whisper Gold. Yeah, if you like Whisper Gold,
fine. And I do.
Yourself out. Go for it. Yeah.
What about you?
So tonight, very, very disorganised, very last minute. Like I say, if I came in here, I think it was 8:15. Tried to set the camera up and it didn't work. But prior to that, I just got back. I just had Papa John's pizza. I ordered it on the way back from the Trafford Centre. I had to take the kids to get their uniforms, bags, bottles, lunch boxes, shoes. Ugh. I'm absolutely shattered. That was just a nightmare. It's gone from having 2 kids that you can take and they get the same of everything, matching, to no, I don't want what she wants. And I don't want a Smiggle bag anymore. I was like, you don't want a Smiggle bag? I've spent about £6,000 in the last 2 years on Smiggle stuff because that's all you would have, and now you don't want it. No, I don't want it. So we had to go in every single shop. It was a nightmare, absolute nightmare. I'm not doing it again. They better make it last.
You're buying any? They can have any bag they want for school, can they?
Yes.
All right. I see.
Yeah. It's not like a school bag. Like a school. What's the word?
Bag.
Specific.
Yeah.
So that was a nightmare. So I wasn't prepared. But last night, if you weren't aware, was the premiere of The Rings of Power, this new series that's on Amazon. So I already had snacks in.
Last night wasn't the premiere, mate. The premiere. I think it was on Tuesday. I think
the premiere for Cool Kids was last night. So I already had snacks in. So I just thought I'll just dive into those because I didn't eat them all. So I've got a caramel, which I love these. These are like what I have with a cup of tea. They're great. Love them. And then I also bought these and couldn't eat them because they're very rich. I could only have a couple out of them. These Waitrose chocolate truffles. And they are
stuff.
Delicious. Very nice. Belgian chocolate flaked truffles. Again, I'll probably have 2 and that'll be enough because they are very, very rich. But that's my snacks for tonight. I'm not that hungry because I've just had a pizza.
Waitrose as well.
Yeah.
Cost of living crisis? What cost of living crisis?
It's really annoying because Waitrose is literally 4 minutes from my front door. It's a pain in the.
Oh, we're gonna have to. Oh God, we're gonna have to buy the £7 bread again.
That's literally what it is.
That's what we can do. You could spend that on petrol.
4 minutes to Waitrose. 4 minutes to Waitrose to pay for £7 bread, or 6 minutes to Nisa to get a loaf for 35 pence.
It's that one. I like a bit of Waitrose. They do good stuff. As we often say every few
I like
months,
the deli. The deli stuff's nice.
Yeah,
I like the
when
deli.
we periodically mock you for your Waitrose local. Yeah, that's good.
But yeah, that's it. Oh, and obviously
nice.
I've got my tea and the usual.
I had a Moretti the other night, in your honour.
Yeah,
I saw a Moretti on tap, and I was like,
"Ooh, yeah.
They do it in the beef here now.
Do they?
I think they swapped San Miguel for Moretti.
It's a good swap. It's a good swap.
Yeah, I mean, I like San Miguel, but Moretti has gone to be my tipple of choice at the beef here.
It's the smoothness of it.
I always have a little think of you.
It's very smooth, mate. Very smooth. Like
So
me.
yeah, it's just fine.
So that's our snacks. Do let us know what your snacks are, and by all means, a lot of you already do. Take a picture of your snacks and post them in the whip thread. Always interested in people's biscuits and chocolate.
Yeah, no, definitely. We like seeing that. Like the drinks and all that. We'll get to Rings of Power. We really, really will. But for now, when Steve flies through the chat and sort of says hello to everyone, let's not talk about Rings of Power just yet. We'll save it. We're going to form a lot of the discussion for tonight. But
I have a feeling there's going to be quite a few hours of Rings of Power chat.
Well, indeed. There's a lot to talk about. We've been waiting for it for years.
I'm just going to put my windows on mute because they'll be pinging every time someone posts on the whip thread.
So yeah, anyone who's posted anything, like, what do you think about Rings of Power? I think we'll get to it a bit later. I think is the sensible thing to do.
Yes.
Trying to have some form of structure to it.
And can we just say, I mean, with you guys anyway, it always goes without saying, let's keep it cool. Let's be awesome. Let's be awesome. We are by no means enforcing our thoughts and saying you should like it because X, Y, Z. Not everyone's going to like it. That's cool, man. Like, it's cool to have an opinion. But let's not pee on each other's campfires because we do or we don't. Let's keep it cool.
Absolutely.
Shall I jump
You're allowed to not like it.
Yeah,
it's cool. That's absolutely fine. Like, despite what people who hate us will tell you, you're allowed to not like it. I will say, immediate tangent. There's a thread about it on the GBHL we have to do, and I think I've been waiting to comment something like this after a few days. I've been blown away by how good that thread's been. That thread has been, because I'm all over the internet on different, looking at different groups and looking at reactions. I will be like, it is the nicest thread discussing Rings of Power anywhere on the internet. And I don't mean the most positive. I mean, people put in, I liked it. And everyone goes, cool. And then people go, I didn't like it. And everyone goes, cool. And no one's round with each other. And it's brilliant. And people who don't like it for reasonable reasons. And it's just really cool. So hopefully we'll have that tonight. Like, if you don't like it, it's cool. But tell us why. And we'll talk about it.
No. Cool. Right, I'm going to dive in, mate. I'm going to dive in.
You should.
I think before we went live, when I was stressing that my camera didn't work, we had a few people in. Frederick was in. Joe was in. Said he hopes everyone is ready for the Kelleborn episode. Ooh, not quite this week. Griggs, evening everyone. I hope you're all well and ready for some Rings of Power discussion. I love it. Sean Williams, let's go. Listening at the gym. Get a sweat on. Get a sweat on, Sean.
This is perfect gym listening, definitely. Yeah, you know what I've got? I've got 3 chocolate bars and a beer.
You enjoy that. You enjoy that treadmill while I
run into my race.
Frederick saw me case again. Where's the whip thread? Kurd and the shipwrights, Sean Williams, and a bunch of custom bases for a Moria Goblin project.
You can do Kurden. Kurden's going to be in it. You can do Kurden.
Evening, guys. There's Steve Ginley, Morgan Morris. Good evening, everyone. Nathan T. Evening, all. Sean Clarkson. He says hello, all. Really like your Boromir, Sean, that you posted up today. Very cool. Katie's in. Evening, all. Looking forward to hearing everyone's thoughts on Rings of Power. Michael Curtis says good evening, all. I hope everyone is rested up from their long swim. It's a Rings of Power joke.
I'm sure that will come up.
Frederick Schultz, late as usual. BSIME scum. There's backlogs that need clearing. Sean Clark says dying to chat about the show and what people think about the stranger. Frederick says okay, I found the whip thread. Ryan Cuthbert says evening all. Having to watch it on my phone as laptop doesn't want to play ball at the moment. I had that exact thing with my camera, mate, so I feel your pain. Tom W, good evening, one and all. Hope there are some out there as excited about being back in Middle-earth as I am. I think there are, Tom. Jill is in. Evening all. Anything exciting happened this week in Middle-earth? No, nothing much.
Classic nerd humour.
Destro's in. Estonian greetings all. Welcome, my mate. Tom Turtle, yo, what time to be alive. So happy how it's panned out. Can't wait to hear what everyone thinks. Had Elrond half elven and in the beginning on repeat all day. Goosebumps still. I'm in love. Can hear the sound, says Frederick. Works fine. Sound is good. And arrived a minute early. Joe Achilles says almost on time. Sound working and no dogs on the loose. Things are going swimmingly. The sound's not good, says Joe Holzman. I can hear Steve. Rude, Joe. Very rude. Very rude.
You hate to see it.
Nathan T says logged in properly at 2037 and you're already at it. What's going on?
exciting week.
That's how we do it. That's how we roll, mate. Sean says, we can hear. I don't know if it's good, though. Boom. Back at my hobby desk, says Frederick. Last time was a gore bag. Oh, yeah, because Frederick was at his brother's, wasn't he, last time?
Yeah, he like somehow borrowed a load of parts of models to be able to enter.
Oh, jumpity jump chat. So annoying when that happens. Hello all, says Mark. I just watched the second episode and timed it perfectly in time for the stream. It's as if the stars aligned, mate. George Galloway
are strange.
George Galloway, I've just got here and I'm late. Paints on a 4 says, hello all, how are we doing? We're very well.
Hi, sir. Good to see you.
Sean Clark says, you were here before they were, George. Don't worry. And hello from the States, says Joe Kelly. Labor Day weekend here. That means meat on the smoker. Ooh, I'll talk to you about smokers in a minute.
Unlike every other weekend for you, Joe.
Meat on the smoker, beer in the fridge, and people on the way over soon. But I will stay with you fine people for as long as I can. Well, it's great to have you for as long as you're able to stay, Joe. And just in case you go soon, just to say, did you manage to send him that email? I bet you didn't, did you, Damien? You've been a busy boy. The pictures that I sent you. No, you didn't. That's the face of Noah.
I'm sorry. I did not do that.
Basically, Joe, I did send Damien some pictures. He will forward them to you tonight about 2 o'clock this morning. He'll send them to you. I made some wings and I used the rub on them just to season them. They're very nice, and I'm using it again tomorrow because I picked up a shoulder. No, not tomorrow. On Monday, because I picked up a shoulder report today to whack in the slow cooker because it's the first day when our kids are back at school. And I'm just going to pop it on in the morning before I go out, and then it'll be ready, nice and tender when we get home. And we're going to have tacos. So thank you very much, Joe. I'll let you know how that goes. Nathan T says to Joe, how is that different from any other stream for you? He doesn't usually have people coming over, says Joe. Joe Holtzman just eats on his own.
I think he does. I think
he's always got people over, that Joe.
Yeah, I reckon it's great to be friends.
He lives the life, doesn't he? He's got like the life we all want.
He's always hosting people.
I was looking at smokers today, Joe. Looking at smokers. I'm getting one. I've got it down to 3. This may mean nothing to you, but anyone who likes to barbecue or smoke, I'm either going to get a PK grill, original, the 360, or a Kamado Joe, or a Big Green Egg. One of those 3.
I think you should get the Kamado
one of those 3,
Joe.
he says, holding 4 fingers up.
That's a goal. I think you should get the Commando Joe in honour of Joker.
Joe O'Kelly. Yeah, could do. The Kamado Joe and the Big Green Egg are pretty much the same thing. It's kind of between one of those two, one of the sort of ceramic eggs and the PK grill. I'm not sure which yet. We'll get a deep dive, says Frederick. We'll get a deep, thoroughly deep chat.
Is that another Galadriel gag, do you think?
If it wasn't, it is now. It is now. Tom Spates says, evening all. How you doing, Tom? Nathan T says, Damien moving objects while Steve directs him on a time delay is very Crystal Maze, but fun though, right? But on a B-side budget. Aaron Zaney says, good evening everyone. What is everyone painting up? Destro says, oh no, I have to resubscribe before I can watch. Any chance the King of Dunharrow showed up in the show? It's moved again. Joel Kelly says to Nathan and Joe, am I becoming too predictable? Well, okay, next stream I'll make pasta and lock my doors. Mate, if we had the weather where I could smoke and barbecue every day, I would. So don't worry about it. Ronald, is it? Forget. Sorry, Ronald. Is it Valet? Ronald Valet. Howdy, folks. Been a while since I caught a live one, but glad to be here with you all. We're glad to have you, Ronald. I hope you're well. Rob Zinni says, good evening, everyone. Mr. Collister says, just dropping in to say hi.
Rob was that?
Hi. He's out. We've got to give my nerd family a swift wave hello. Have a great stream. Excuse me. We'll catch up tomorrow.
Which
Big
Rob
props.
was that who was in?
Huh?
Which Rob was that just before who was in?
Rob Mycock.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Big props to the new SBG mag. I loved it. Out of the frying pan review soon. Yes, I've only got halfway through it. It's very cool. I spent more time looking at the pretty pictures than reading. I'll be honest. I've not finished reading through it.
There are a lot of pretty pictures.
There's so many pretty pictures.
That's the problem when you send early copies out to these influencers. You have a sort of expectation that they're going to get it done quickly, but not always the case.
I know exactly what you mean. It's like when somebody sends you something from the States and then you use it and you say to your partner in crime who's got the password to the email address, can you please send him these pictures so that he knows we're appreciative? And he says, yeah, I'll do it post haste. And then 2 weeks later, he still hasn't done it. It's exactly the same.
It is a lot like that. It's quite similar.
Gaz Ballard's in. How you doing, Gaz? It's been a while, mate. How do you guys? Not been in for a while. Yeah, you're just repeating what I said, but yep, I'll come back, man. Joe Kelly says, and Damien won't need to check the emails tonight as I'm not painting and thus have no email entry, and thus at least I cannot lose my 93rd consecutive draw in a row. This is true, Joe. This is true. Frederick says, can hear bling notification sounds from one of you. It was from me. I've muted it now. Joe says, I forgot what's the date of the North American Patreon meetup. We'll come back to us on that. Hajinda's in. He says, even
I'll have to make the trip to Nova, and then get a cheeky little meet up on one night. And then...
It would be that. I mean, it would be cool.
Anyone in this? It'd be absurd if you are, but anyone in at Nova, seething with jealousy, seeing this.
I mean, are we not? Should we not be on the big screen in that hotel?
Right? I think so.
About now,
you would think. One
day,
like sort it out.
You'd like to think so, right? Hajinda's in says, good evening all, popping in and out of the stream as a little hobbit of mine arrived on the first. Hope everyone is keeping well and enjoyed the first 2 episodes. Congratulations, man.
New baby.
Yeah,
congratulations. Awesome. Congrats,
well done.
Do we know, forgive me if I'm being horribly rude, is that a first there? First hobbit or second hobbit?
Let us know if you still watch Hajinda. Let us know. Is that the first? I have a feeling Hajinda comes across as a more mature viewer. I think he might always be. I could be wrong. He just might
as
be
a dad of 4.
Yeah. So yeah. Frederick says to Joe, a week after the German Patreon meetup, I believe. Carl Haley's in. How you doing, Carl? He says, evening all. We'll be sitting down to watch properly, but for now, it's on in the background whilst I prep for tomorrow's birthday party shenanigans for Silver and I. I hope you have a great day, mate.
Is that a combined birthday?
Combined birthday, sounds like. That was the best kind of birthdays. Joe Kelly says, Frederick, why don't we all meet up in Iceland instead? That's about halfway for us, and I'm sure Steve would be allowed entry into Iceland. I don't know. Joe Kelly asks Hajinda, do you have a new baby in the house? Frederick says to Joe, yes, or maybe New Zealand is an option. New Zealand would be a shout, actually. Would be a good shout. If anyone wants to arrange that, meet you in the Green Dragon.
Yeah, I'll go. Definitely. Yeah, if someone arranges that.
Just an excuse.
Yeah. I'll definitely go to it, yeah. Sorry, what?
Well, we
Someone's
have to
arranged us a trip to New Zealand?
That'll be our thing. We have to go.
There's nothing to do about
it. Joe Holzman says to Joe Achille, Iceland would be handy. There's 10 minutes from me and I could pick up something and see at the same time. Sean Clark says, I'm working on a King of Men. We'll try and get him done tonight.
Yeah, he can come.
Yeah. Carl says, felt like I haven't stopped today. Out for breakfast at 10 after finishing at 5 a.m. Got to the footy and now party stuff. Can't wait to base Galadriel. I've had a similar day, mate. I tell you what, the anyone who follows Premier League football, it's been a funny old day of scores today. Funny old day. Josh Crosby, evening chaps. Any news?
Everything, but it seems to be getting better.
Yeah, don't say it. It all started that warm, humid night in Manchester, Carl, when Liverpool came to town, and you went home empty-handed. Just saying.
Thanks for your help, Carl.
Could I just say a big thanks to Mrs. O'Byrne?
Absolutely. Oh, you may indeed. She always watches.
Yes, absolute legend.
She never watches.
She hooked myself and my daughter up with tickets to go and see that very game. It was Lily's first time at Old Trafford. She absolutely loved it. So yeah.
You should probably confirm that's my mum rather than my wife.
Yes. So that's
it's good. It's good to get amusement.
It was awesome. It was awesome. Great night.
Yeah, what a night to be then. What a match to be.
It was the turnaround of the season, I like to think.
Yeah, well, you have to see how things pan out, but it was certainly at the moment it's the starting point, right? And
I mean, it would be great if Haaland would just stop scoring hat tricks. I mean, that would be fantastic.
He's quite good at that, isn't he? He's quite good at the old scoring a hat trick.
Did nobody tell him the rules when he got in the country? Like you just got to calm down a little bit.
It's a bit rude, isn't it? The idea is
you're making everyone else look a little bit shit. Come on,
a little less effort would be great. I think, hopefully at the end of the season, it will be remembered as the turnaround rather than the weird blip.
Because we've had a few seasons of them blips where we thought the wheels had miraculously reappeared and then they fell off again. Josh Crosby is asking about the terrain whip thread. We touched on this pre-stream, so Damien, I'll let you take over.
Yeah, sure.
I can't remember what we said.
By all means, this is, for anyone who doesn't know, we're running a competition again, helpfully supported by Joe Achille, who sent us a load of models, and we decided to, rather than he said that we could give them away, we might do something special. So what we decided to do is run a competition where anyone, you don't have to be a patron or anything, but anyone who wants can make a piece of scenery from any of the Battle Games Middle Earth issues. You just have to make it. That's it. And the idea is that we're always trying to get you to clear your backlogs and paint models, whereas for this one, we actually get you to paint a bit of scenery. So it doesn't matter what it is, but any of them, and it can be with the ones we haven't done.
Yeah.
And what we didn't have was any form of deadline for it. And one of our patrons, and forgive me, I can't remember who it was. By all means, if you're in the chat, let us know. It was me. But had the clever idea that in a few issues' time, I can't honestly remember, but I think it's after the Rohan swings. It's about probably about 53 or something. There's a terrain issue. There's an issue where you get some scenery with it, and we've decided to make that the deadline. Now, the good news about that for anyone who hasn't joined is that stream won't be for a while yet. It's it's a few down there, and it might honestly be in the new year, depending on, because of Christmas streams and specials and stuff like that. But that's going to be the deadline. So you've got a long time to work on it. You've got a long time to plan your scenery projects. It's all a bit of fun, and at some point, what we haven't decided, and again, just like last week, I'm just going to be utterly honest, we just haven't decided how to do it. You're going to be able to send us your pictures. I don't think it's going to be a whip thread. I don't think it, the ongoing nature of it won't work in the GBHL. Maybe we'll get people to post on our Facebook page or something.
Yeah, we got a Facebook page or something. Yeah,
I
mean, in all honesty, we've both been that busy. You had Ardacon, and then obviously you had to mingle with the stars this week.
Quite draining.
Like me and Damien have not. Honestly, God, we've not had a chance to catch up really. Like it's just. I've been really busy. Damien's been really busy, so we've not. That's one of a few things that we do need to discuss, and we just haven't been able to. We will do. It's a very laid back. I don't want to use the word competition. What would you call it? Competition. Yeah, it's very laid back. So we're not. There's no pressure. And like Damien said, anyone who has already started, you've got plenty of time. Don't worry. Anyone who is just hearing about it now and is thinking, this sounds cool, I want to do it, but it's probably too late. It's not. Get cracking. So basically, all you've got.
The only really important thing is take photos. Photos as you're going.
Yeah. It's just doing one of the terrain projects that have been in one of the magazines, or is going to be in one of the magazines, any of the magazines, and we'll judge the entries, and someone will win a box of goodies, surprises with loads of stuff in it. And that's pretty much it, right?
Yeah. So we're in a sort of reverse situation. I think a lot of YouTubers are, and a lot of competitions are, where we have the prize. The prize is real, but the competition isn't real.
Yeah.
So we've got the prize. We just got to try and work out how we're going to get it.
We know it's unlike us to be so unorganised, but yeah. We'll probably discuss it in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Have I booked a hotel?
Yeah. We definitely have a hotel. I can't remember if it's the one you booked, Rob, but booked by you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Where was we? Yeah. So Josh, I hope that answers your question, Josh.
Thanks for addressing it as well.
Yeah. We were going to address it at some point, but thank you for jogging our memory. Katie says, I'm still painting Mirkwood Owls. Have an event coming up to get them finished for my first event by myself. That's exciting.
Very cool.
Which event is it? Give it a shout out. Let people know. Joe Achilles says, that will be an epic meetup. Me, Dextro, Frederick, Joe Holzman, Damien, Steve, and we'll even see if we can get Bjork to join us and sing. Jill Goran says, working on an undead team for my Mordheim campaign. We've got coming up at a club. Oh, that sounds cool. That sounds really cool. I'd love to play Mordheim.
A lot of love for Mordheim.
Just so cool, man. Joe Achilles says, of course, everyone is invited, but don't know how many of you want to go to Iceland. Mums like to go to Iceland.
I don't think
it's an English joke.
Yeah, that joke's not going to travel. Because I reckon anyone international go, what are they talking about? Iceland's the name of a supermarket in England.
Frozen food, hence Iceland. Yeah. Carl says, I picked up some knoppers the other day from our friendly German supermarket. Bloody lush, they are very nice. They do little square ones in there as well, that come in like packs. You get like 5 in a pack. They're like square wafer biscuits with chocolate. There's no nuts in them, though. I prefer the ones with nuts.
Shouldn't buy them.
Mm.
Shouldn't buy them.
Why?
Not in Germany.
That's
Stupid world.
That's just your wish.
Stupid new world.
Gaetan's in. How you doing, mate? It was Gaetan's birthday. I think about a week ago. Just saying. Gaetan says, hello everyone. I won't be able to watch today as I have friends who organised a party. We'll see you all in 2 weeks. So I think, Damien, on that thought, you should save that for 2 weeks' time.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I think we should save it because live's going to be better than watching it back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Reese
it's
is
also
in.
not his birthday. I can't. I don't want to be mean. We love Gaten, but if it's a week out, it's going to be multiple people's birthdays every week if we're a week out on that.
That's true. I mean, you could just sing something else.
Sorry, you think the solution to what I just said is to sing the same number of people a different song? There's
lots of songs in the world, mate.
Yeah, most of them are longer than Happy Birthday. I'll do a quick Bohemian Rhapsody for him, yeah?
Galileo. Reese says, all right, guys, done any hobby today? Question mark. Been to War of the Roses event today with a few other B-side patrons. Yeah, it was War of the Roses. And if I'm not mistaken, Reese, you won Best Sporting.
Did he?
Pretty sure he did, which is
he's a nice man.
I'll be honest, it's not a shocker because you're an absolute gent to play against. So congratulations.
Well, like Steve winning Best Sporting or something. Yeah.
I tell you what, I mean, how I have not got more sporting certificates? I don't flipping know.
You're nice and you're humble.
Sort yourselves out, people.
I'm so nice.
Oh, it's bloody jumped.
I'm the best at being nice. Why don't I win my sporting?
Nathan T says Virgin Demolition. Put it on a mug.
No.
Virgin Demolition. Oh,
because that's what I said.
Yeah.
Everyone else ignored it except Nathan.
Hajinder says to Joe, yeah, a little baby girl. Congratulations, my friend. My younger brother today, his daughter had a baby this week as well. So my younger brother
congrats, man.
Is a granddad.
Congrats, dude.
That's crazy.
So
I think I'm a great uncle.
You're a great uncle.
Yeah.
You're a great uncle.
I am a great uncle. I'm a great uncle.
You'd be so good at it. Just put you there, uncling away.
Nathan T says Whisper Gold is already top tier. It can't be improved upon. Frederick says, lol, well, has Steve got his chocolate from Sam Page yet? Become another B-SIME in joke. Love a bit of Sam Page's chocolate. Glad you like the stuff, Damien, says Frederick. Joe Kelly says, congrats, Agenda. Exciting times. You may find that you have more time to hobby because you'll be home all the time for the next 6 months or so. Joe, are you kidding me? Things must work a lot differently in America than they do here. Avery's Creation is in. Says, hi, how you doing? Nathan T says, now I've seen the state of Steve's van, I can only imagine the looks on the faces of the typical Waitrose patron when he parks up. Yeah, Nathan's seen the back of my van.
What did you do, reverse into it?
No, he was at Seventh City when I went to pick up some terrain for the team event. And we were lording it up. Rob Campson, how you doing, Rob? Good to have you, mate. Good to have you. Evening all. Nathan T says 67 episodes in and Damien wants some form of structure. Carl says not much on the snack front except a mint aero and a big bottle of Moretti I got from Silver for my 15-year anniversary on Thursday. It's a busy week for you, mate. But disappointed that the missus got a big bottle of gin. Favoritism. Oh, I don't know, Moretti. Moretti's good. I drank a lot of gin whilst I was away. Did I tell you that? A lot of Parma Violet gin. I got a real taste for it.
Why do you have to drink Parma Violet stuff?
I just like Parma Violet. Like it. It's nice. Parma Violet gin's really nice.
Yeah, I like a flavoured gin.
Really nice. Rob Lentry's in. He says, hello from near Cadbury's World. Well, 5 minutes around the corner. I'll let them know what you think of the new Whisper.
You don't have to justify that.
I'll let you know that you think the new Whisper is like the gold. It's not like the gold Whisper, Rob.
It is the gold.
It is the gold Whisper.
If you could, though, let us know. And if you get in here with, Mr. Whisper, and you tell him that, just tell him to get the mint one out.
Yeah. What's going on with that?
What's going on with that?
Why are they not doing it? And also, if you're passing messages on, tell them we don't want a limited edition Mint Whisper. We don't want.
No.
We don't want a Mint Whisper for 6 months and then we can't get Mint Whispers again for another 20 years.
If that was the case, I'm not lying, mate. I would buy hundreds.
I know.
Of them.
Could you imagine? You'd be eating them when they've got mold on them, and every.
Is that mint or is that mold? Oh, I don't care. The mint tastes better than the mold.
Episode 98. I was going to eat my furry whisper. Joe says, Steve, Traeger UK, mate. They are the gold standard. Big Green Egg are good also, but the Traegers are top notch. Wood pellets for fuel and flavour. I know someone's got a Traeger, and yeah, it's all right. I do quite like it.
Traeger. It sounds like what Sagat would say in Street Fighter. Traeger uppercut. Traeger knee.
Nathan says, Big Green Egg can only be used for ham. Ham and green eggs. It took me a minute, Nathan. It took me a minute. Frederick says you could do a deep dive and talk about people in Middle Earth diving, falling into water, etc. Ethan Walker says, evening gents, no painting for me tonight. Saw Rings of Power in Manchester Wednesday night at the cinema. Special fan screening with free popcorn and drinks on Jeff. Yes, I couldn't get tickets for that. So
Wednesday night. That's not bad for a point-year-old in Princeton.
Ronald says, so good to see Jeff giving back to the community. Ashley Fisher says, even though, sorry I'm late, looking forward to chatting. Is that meant to be Gandalf?
Is what meant to be Gandalf? I don't know what that means.
He reminded me of a guy that I used to see. The first club that I ever went to, whenever I was coming out from the club at like 2:30 in the morning, there was always an old guy out there who'd just shout at you. He looked a bit like him. He might have been meaty old
was
man.
he naked as well?
That's what he used to do.
I think that was a mirror, mate. It's just you barking at the moon.
Carl says, yep, combined as my birthday's Monday and Silver's is Tuesday. I was adamant that I wouldn't share my birthday with daughter as well as my brother. At least it's middle-ish of the year, mate. My birthday's 2 days after Christmas. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, that's like...
I have to go the whole year then.
On behalf of the entire Battle Streams of Middle Earth community, happy anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Did you have a nice one?
It was all right, yeah. Quite chill. Yeah, nice meal. Very nice. Joe Hosman says, Villa stopped him scoring a hat-trick. They did. Carl Daly says, had I went to Old Trafford, then we would have won. No, you won't. I went to Anfield last week and the Reds won 9-0. Yeah, oh, stop harping about that. I go to watch Bournemouth this week and they win 3-2. Yawn, Bournemouth. Basically, I should go to every game for both. Well, what would happen if you went to the match and we went to the match?
It's like that the cat thing, isn't it? Like, you know, cats always land on their feet.
Yeah.
And butter always lands butter side down.
Yeah.
So if you taped a bit of toast covered in butter to a cat and threw it out the window,
yeah,
which side would it land on?
The wrong side of the law, probably.
Oh, good answer.
Yeah.
Should I go Duplo or Knoppers?
Duplo, mate, because I know what Knoppers taste like. So what
Knoppers.
Knoppers. Can Damien publicly reveal that the Fantasy Fellowship was waylaid in Bree by Sauron, says Nathan T. It does look very nice, that.
They fell down a sinkhole and the town got burnt down.
What does it smell like?
Victory. Do you know what? It smells like white chocolate, but it smells a little bit like hazelnut or something. It's, you know, I know this is mad, but it's made by Ferrero, right? It's got something of that. Is there a wafer in it?
It's got to have nuts inside.
That's what it is. It's wafer. That's what you're getting. It's got wafer inside it.
Is it? It's got hazelnut inside the wafer.
No. It's got hazelnut cream. That sounds like hazelnut cream to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm not even there. I can tell you.
It's got Weiss chocolate. I don't know what that is.
I think it's white chocolate. Go on.
Yeah. Sorry, if it wasn't clear, I did know what that was. It's got calco butter.
I think that's cocoa butter.
I think so, yeah. Zucca, sugar.
Yeah.
Emulgator.
Emulsifiers.
Right. Lecithin. Zucker, so more sugar.
More sugar.
So I think it's the hazelnut cream. So I don't think it's got hazelnut. It's got so it's Jeff you like, don't know, white chocolate with waffle. It's something white chocolate with waffle.
Yeah, very nice.
And hazelnut cream.
Can't be
very nice.
Hazelnuts.
It smells a bit like a Ferrero Rocher with white chocolate.
Yeah. Well,
probably like your white chocolate bar.
Yeah, I've not got the thing. Yeah, but yeah, probably.
It's very nice though.
It was me, says Joe.
We asked someone to say it was me for something, and I thought to myself, don't forget when someone says it was me, that's what it was, and I forgot. It was it's the terrain competition. It's the person who suggested there was a terrain issue.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, is that Joe Holzman rather than Joe Kelly? There you go. Yeah. So it was Joe's idea. Great idea, Joe.
Yeah. Nathan C says Christmas stream confirmed. Carl Daly says, the Fantasy Fellowship, but like Winds of Winter and the Palantir.
Oh, it's not as bad as either of those. It's not as bad as either of those yet.
Yet. Jolsman says, I'd make Steve double check that booking if I were you, Damien.
It can never be as bad as those two, because those two both were meant to come out before it, so they'll always be worse.
Yeah. And I will check that, Joe. I will check. I'm pretty sure though, because I remember.
You did.
I remember you checking.
You should check.
I remember you checking with me. Me checking.
Yeah. But you should check.
I will check.
Because every week when you sound freaked out, I want you to check again. I think so. I'm looking forward to it, mate. We're gonna arrive. We're gonna be told that we haven't got a room.
It'd be really cool if we had somewhere to sleep. Frederick says, "I know what kind of Iceland you're talking about."
Hey.
Carl says, "Steve's new name is Gus." Gus. That's gonna be a telly link. I don't watch a lot of telly, man. Jolsman says, "The best at being kind and a great uncle. Good job. You're humble too, Steve." I know. Someone's got to be. Joel says, "Sorry, guys."
Is it Uncle Gus? Great Uncle Gus? If that's about the time.
I don't know. It just reminded me of that one of the best films ever. Uncle Buck. Remember Uncle Buck? Great film. Sorry, guys. Have to hop off now, says Joe. I think I managed to get all my comments for a 4-hour stream posted in the first 30 minutes today. Have a great stream, and we'll watch on catch up tomorrow. I hope you have a great. Was it Labor Day? Labor Day barbecue and friends over and drinks and stuff. Have fun. Going to eat my furry whisper. Put that on a mug, says Ryan Cuthbert. Little delayed getting here, says Larry Miller. As I was watching the second episode of some Amazon show while having dinner. How rude. Rob Camp says, hope you guys are well. Won't be stopping long. Cheeky whiskey for me and see what everyone thinks about the new show, then bed. Yeah, you're in Dubai, aren't you, Rob? It's like stupid o'clock there. Glad someone mentioned the meetup. Can we have a Mordor or Orc stream before then so I can finish mine, says Nathan. Butter always lands butter side down. Probably always lands butter side up too, says Joe.
What? What was that?
Don't know.
What did he say? You read the comment again.
It's this. Are you looking?
Yeah. Okay.
Butter always lands butter side down.
Yeah.
Probably always lands butter side up too, he says. I think you meant to say, did you not say a piece of toast will always land butter side down? Did you just say butter?
Yeah.
So if it was just butter.
Did I? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
A pedant in our midst. I see. Honestly.
Joe says to Larry, was it Wheel of Time? Not sure. Definitely had some circle-related thing in the title. And Frederick says, when Steve gets his chocolate, we need a Steve reads a German chocolate wrapper segment. We really don't. Thanks, Damien, says Joe Holzman. It happens every so often. Frederick says, Malcolm Pulver and Weibenstock, is it? Nathan T says, it's not...
What sort of answer do you want from me? Is it? Yes, it is. Is it?
Nathan says, it's not as bad as either of those because nobody wants those as much as Fantasy Fellowship. And then Frederick says Butter Infet and sus Malcolm Pulver.
If there are more people in the world who want to see the next episode of the Fantasy Fellowship than there are who want to read Winds of Winter, then I would consider it a job very well done. But something tells me that isn't the case.
Excuse me. Unless either of them release, and then enough time passes, the next episode comes out, says Larry. Gus equals Great Uncle Steve, says Carl.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nathan says, Great Uncle Bulgaria. And he says, Evening, Larry. You've missed some opportunities to be literal. There will be more. Yes, it is, Nathan, says Larry. Frederick tells me that weird B thing is the sound, because German is weird. Butter toast taped to a falling cat would surely result in infinite energy, says Sean Clark. Yeah, it's a double S, says Larry. Frederick says, letter doesn't exist in any other language. No, wait, double S or a single SS, says Larry. ADN, and you could just replace it with a ZS or SS, says Frederick. Nathan says, Frederick, you know what they say about the German language? Why use one noun when you can use 10? And my friend.
No.
I'm caught up on the chat.
My God.
Caught up on the chat.
God.
So where do we want to go first with this, Damien?
Well,
this is new ground. It's new ground, this.
Given that we don't have a magazine, I actually think we should do the classic how have you been first? How's your fortnight been? What have you done?
It's been all right. It's been busy, but obviously there's all the exciting things going on. It's been fun. It was massively helped along the way, like I touched on earlier, by Mrs. O'Byrne Senior gifting myself some tickets to go to Old Trafford and seeing Mighty Reds smash the Scousers. We played so good, and Liverpool's defence was so bad. It was great to watch. So that happened, which was very, very cool.
And it absolutely didn't look like they're getting an equaliser in the last 10 minutes either. So,
to be honest, United,
it wasn't massively nerve-wracking or anything.
United did what United do, and like we were all over them. And then we scored, and then it's like as if they went, "Oh, we're 1-0 up here. We don't even have to try anymore." And it was like a touchy.
Only Liverpool.
Yeah, it was a touchy back end to the first half. Then we started the second half, come out well, scored, and then took the foot off the gas again. So it was touchy, but we were the better side. There was no doubt.
Fernandez had a good go, didn't he? He had a crack at our goal.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen someone try to score an own goal with such gusto. I really want to have this.
It was a really good game.
He puts his hand up as he walks off to the Hager. Yeah, sorry, that was a mistake. I should not have pounded the ball unnecessarily at my own.
It was a great game. Great game. It was great game of football. Great occasion. Great to go to Old Trafford again, and it's fantastic just to make memories with my eldest daughter. So yeah, it was great all round. So I had that, and then I released tickets for Hammer and Stone.
Very nice.
The draft event, which was very cool. I'm excited about that. And then what did I do last week? It's been loads of barbecues. I've been to a lot of barbecues in the last couple of weeks. As you can, it's the weather for it, isn't it? So I had that, and then obviously Rings of Power last night. It was really exciting. What about yourself, Damien?
Last night.
Have you done anything? Have you done anything exciting?
I have.
Because I know you didn't send them photographs to Joe Kelly when you should have done.
Well, I was busy, mate. I had a rather special night out because I went the beef eater with Tom Harrison.
That is a super special.
That was when was that? Last week, I think. I don't think we did. What was the? I'm trying to work out what the weekend was. Where was I think I was at Mum and Dad's house. Yeah, because we did the stream on Friday night.
Stream, yeah.
And I was at Mum and Dad's house. We went to stay on my folks for a while. So I was working, but we were there, which was quite nice. Spending a bit of time with them. So we did some fun things. We did like one of those treasure hunt map things around the local town. And I think on the night I got back, which I think was the Wednesday, I went out with Tom Harrison. We always, pre-COVID, whenever we'd finish an issue of SBG, we used to go to the Beefeater to toast our achievements and kind of relax and all and catch up about each other's lives, because God knows we hadn't talked about that at all for the last 3 months as we were stressing about typos. So we did that. It's the first time we've done it in a while. So we just went and had a lovely mandate and had a really nice night out, which was lovely to be honest.
Very good, very good.
All very chilled out and relaxed. And then we came home and watched, because we haven't talked about this either. That's not hugely pertinent for the stream, but it's big news in our area. House of the Dragon, because the Game of Thrones spin-off started as well. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Have you watched that?
Yeah.
So yeah, we watched first.
Kind of got overshadowed, you know what I mean? But
it was a really unnecessary show. It was The Guardian. The Guardian gave Rings of Power a really good review, but it was like someone from House of Dragons had like shagged the Guardian writer's wife or something, and it said something like Rings of Power is powerful, beautiful, compelling TV and makes House of the Dragon look absolutely amateurish.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's like no one asked. It's rare that you get like a review that kicks the arse out of something else utterly unnecessarily. But
it's pretty. It's
I
pretty
think it's great. I think House of Dragon is great.
Yeah,
I'm really enjoying it. I'm like,
I really like Matt. What's his name's character?
Smith.
Matt Smith. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got Fire and Blood, and Emma got it for me, and I didn't read it because I was a bit angry at George R. R. Martin for writing that instead of Winds of Winter. There's genuinely a bit of me that's like, I'm not going to sit down and read this because
I'm not reading your bullshit book.
Yeah, and I've never read it. And I know the kind of story from House of the Dragon is essentially quite a small part of that book, but I've never been tempted to. And now, of course, I'm like fascinated by House of the Dragon, and I'm like, it's over there, and I'm like,
yeah, you're in now,
but I'm not reading it. I'm trying to keep strong because it's actually quite analogous to Rings of Power. That if you wanted to go and spoil it, I think you could read everything. I think House of Dragons is meant to be 5 series or something, but you could read it all in about 10, 20 pages. You know, it's not a lot of text. It's all very zoomed out, kind of like the second age stuff is with Tolkien. So I don't really want to go and spoil the whole 5-season run in, an hour.
Yeah.
It's not quite the same as, if you saw season 1 of Game of Thrones and go, oh, do you know what? I can go and read 5 really long books to kind of get stuck into.
What days is the House of Dragon out? The new episodes? Is it
Mondays. It sounds like the House of Dragon. It sounds like Richard Osman, Richard Osman's House of Dragons. Quizzes with incest. But no, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. I think it's setting up really nicely. I was it's really made me laugh. I thought Olivia Cook, who is a really good actress. She was in Bates Motel. Did you watch that?
No.
Okay, so me and Emma know her from that. Don't know her personally, but like know her from having seen her in that. And she's playing Alison Hightower, right? And so House of Dragon comes on, and I'm watching it, and I'm saying it going, that's Olivia Cook. I haven't seen her in anything for a couple of years. I was like, oh yeah, I mean, I can see it, but she looks so different. And I watched it with Tom before Emma had seen it. So then when Emma was, I was like, do you know who that is? She was like, no. I was like, well, just watch it for a while. And she's watching it. I go, I don't know. I was like, it's Olivia Cook. She was like, from Bates Motel. I was like, yeah. She went, wow, she looks really different. I was like, I know. I think it's the wig and the accent and stuff. It just changes how she looks completely. So I was God, that's crazy. And then I can't remember quite how, but I found, I was trying to avoid spoilers, but I found an article saying Olivia Cook plays the older Alison Hightower, and that is just a different actress on the screen playing the younger version of her. And we were like, oh, that's just a different human. In which case, it's spectacularly good casting. Because despite having a different person's face, she looks enough like her to make you think, wow, that's Olivia Cook, but she looks a bit different. Do you know why she looks a bit different?
Because it's not a
different person. So congratulations to the casting team, because they have done a phenomenal job of casting a young Olivia Cook. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think it's really good. lots to play with. Feels very Game of Thrones. I was really surprised in the second episode they kept the theme tune.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, cool, I suppose. And they're very much going, no, it's Game of Thrones.
It links it. It's a nice way to link it and give, like you say, give you that vibe and that feel. Get you straight back in there.
But yeah, it's cool. So you like?
I like it. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I watched it solely because it was a filler waiting for Rings of Power to start. But
it's funny them starting at the same time.
Yeah, it's obviously gonna be. They got it could be intelligent. Got it because two fantasy series on at the same time, hyping each other up. While the people who are the Game of Thrones fans are waiting for the next episode of Game of Thrones, they'll watch Rings of Power and vice versa. Yeah,
it's not like the old days where you were on, like BBC and ITV 9 PM on a Saturday night, is it? It's not like they're actually competing. And they're probably you're probably right that they'll probably both do better from the other one existing.
Yeah, I think so.
They'll both send each other viewers, I guess.
But yeah, across because I've got my feet up now. I'm getting into the swing of. I feel like I'm in the pub, chatting away, putting the world to rights. Anyway, what else? What else happened, mate?
So yeah, that was it. It was having some nice times. I think that was the only heavy stuff. I did a bit more on my Dale guys that nearly finished now. Obviously not painting them. I'm painting an elf I don't want at the moment, but those Dale guys are nearly finished. I will also say a big thank you because do you remember in the last stream I did a desperately shameless plea for comments?
Yes.
I was sort of like on the other videos, I was like, if you do like what we're doing, do leave a comment. And I'm delighted to say that on my latest hobby vlog, people listened. And so the last hobby vlog I did, which was the sort of Dale in a day one, got far more comments than any of the others, and I don't think it's suddenly an increase in vlog quality or anything like that. So thank you.
No, it's definitely not.
Can confirm was crap. But so cheers, genuinely, because I did the horrible shameless plug last time, and now I want to do the kind of humble thanks. I really do appreciate it, and that's the kind of amount that makes you think, okay, that was worth doing.
Yeah.
If you get that many comments, you're like, okay, I'm happy with that. It was worth doing. I shall keep doing it. So thank you very much to anyone who did that. It does genuinely mean a lot.
Very good, very good.
So yeah, I got that. I think that just gone up. I think by the time of the last stream, I really can't remember if it was up. And I was just saying, please like it, or if it was about to go up and it was a speculative, please like it. But either way, thank you for pretending you liked it. So that was cool, and that was the hobbying I was doing. And then on, I believe, last Thursday, I got an email from the Tolkien Society.
Ooh.
And the Tolkien Society said, we have been given, and the word they used, the phrase they used was dozens of tickets to the premiere of The Rings of Power on Tuesday night. If you would like to be in a chance of winning one, send us an email and we'll put in about it. And obviously, living in London and not caring whatsoever for the plans I'd made to watch it with Emma, I fired off an email saying, obviously, yeah, I'll very much like one if it's going. And on Saturday, I got an email saying, you've only bloody gone and got one. Quite frankly, pandemonium. So, yeah, that was absolutely mega. So suddenly, I can't remember if I told you last time that, I don't know if we'd done it, but no, we couldn't have done it. But I'd had a very serious conversation with Emma last week about when we're going to watch it, like a real serious conversation. It's coming out at 2 a.m. I might be able to stay up and watch that, but do you want to watch it together? Can we watch it in the daytime together? No, you're going to have the girls. Right, so it has to be 9 p.m. And we'd kind of got around to the idea that it'd have to be 9 p.m. on the Friday, but that I wouldn't stay up for it. So we'd watch it together. And I was like, all right, I can do that. I'll avoid social media. And then this came round. I was like, no.
You're out.
Yeah, you're out. You're gone. Dead to me. But Emma was like, I mean, go to that. Obviously, go to that. So all those plans were out the window, and yeah, I headed off. We got a scary ass email from Amazon on the Sunday, I think, with all the kind of the various warnings and stuff, and all the information about it, which was quite cool. Headed off to Leicester Square, and I've done a vlog about it. So I don't want to. I'm not just going to repeat
cool
the vlog.
Very cool.
Thank you, man. I'm not. I'll try and basically make it different stuff. I'll tell you a few things about it and how it happened and all that. But go and watch the vlog if you want. Again, loads of people have already commented on that, so thank you. I busted my ass to try and get that up mega quick, but I'm glad to see people liked it. But yeah, headed up and we had to pick up like wristbands from a hotel in Leicester Square. And one thing I didn't know: have you ever been to a premiere?
No.
Like, have you gone to stand outside and wave at people?
No.
So traditionally, I mean, forever, you could go to Leicester Square for the premiere. You could go at like 9 a.m. and try and queue up. And if you got lucky, you'd be. I've never done this, but you could be at the front of the barriers. My students used to do it all the time.
Yeah.
You know, be at the front of the barriers, wait for 10 hours, and then wave. Or you could turn up at 9 p.m. and be at the back of hundreds of people and sort of see if you could see Tom Cruise's head.
Yeah.
Right? So they were all like open access. It was like first come, first serve, right? Apparently, they don't do that anymore, kind of since COVID, or at least a lot of the films don't. So when we got there to Leicester Square, the bits that you've probably seen, like all the elven scenery, that's completely enclosed within walls. And so if you, we had these tickets for, you'd get to see the film, but you'd also get entry to the fan pen, and the fan pen was essentially the crowd. And so if you turned up at midnight or 9 p.m. to wave to everyone, you wouldn't see anyone. You'd just see the walls. Do you see what I mean? Everything is completely, all the red carpet now is now completely enclosed, which I don't know if they do it for everything, but apparently I was chatting to a girl in the queue and she was saying that's becoming the standard now. I don't quite know why. That was quite interesting. So I'd assume that this ticket, you know, had very, very specific information about when you can get into the fan pen. And I assumed the fan pen was like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's great wording, isn't it? But like a specific part of the red carpet where they might be more likely to come past. But it wasn't. It was the whole crowd, essentially. So anyone, the only people who could see anything at all were people who had somehow won a competition. It wasn't all through the Tolkien site. They'd done it through Twitter and they'd done it through Amazon's site as well. But, so we get there and you had to pick up your wristband first, and it was very clear. You pick up your wristband between 3 and 4, and then you get to the fan pen should open at 4, and you'll be in by 4:30. Two guys in front of me, and I was like, when I got to the queue, I was like, "Is this the right place?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we think so." We're waiting outside between 3 and 4. I had my wristbands, trying to get a decent place in the queue. Waited there for like an hour, and they start opening it up, and these guys start looking around. Like, we haven't got wristbands. And the guy got his email out and went, "Oh, we're meant to get wristbands." The security guy said we have to have wristbands beforehand. So he goes to his cinema, it was like Cineworld, to pick up the wristbands, and they've closed them. Because the wristbands are only available like 3 till 4. So they queued for an hour and nothing, and they just had to go.
That'd be a nightmare.
And the guy was just like, "You should have read the email. Like it's all there in the email." It's like, it's galling, man.
You're stood there, and the security guard says, "Did you read all your email?"
Like, I was like, "It's fantastic, mate." Like, yeah. So
he read his email.
It wasn't just the not getting the wristband; it was waiting just long enough so that the wristband thing had closed. Anyway. So yeah, we got in, and it was amazing. It's beautiful. I've got some footage of it. It was all made up like kind of Linden, all this elven architecture and everything, banging out the soundtrack. It was absolutely wicked, and it was all very, again, like I've never been big into the like signature chasing stuff, but it wasn't that crammed. Like I just strolled up to the front of a barrier and then stood there. And there was about 3 people behind me or something, but there was no sort of pushing or forcing you out or anything. It was all very nice and respectful. Someone said that because basically everyone that had been invited was a fan of Tolkien's, rather than inviting 1,000 screaming 12-year-olds. They'd invited the most introverted group of people ever. And just started going, "Hello, very nice to see you, lovely, well done on your new show." So that was mega. And then people started coming around. The cast came around. I don't know where else. They were doing loads of interviews with people. I don't know where it went. I haven't seen it. I don't know if Amazon did a live stream or something. I don't know where all the stuff they were filming went, if there was a premiere
Yeah,
show.
because they're doing interviews as well, weren't they?
Yeah, they were doing loads of interviews with like people in cosplay and stuff. There's some really good. There was an orc. There was a Master of Lake Town. There was a girl as Gilgalad, which is cool. There was Nori was there. There's some really good cosplays, but and they all got interviewed and they were filming little inserts and stuff. But as I say, I don't know where they are. I've seen loads of like the press corner where they were doing the interviews on the night, but it was clearly like a show being filmed.
Mm.
You know, sort of like hour long. I don't know, premiere special or something. But I don't know where that ended up. And then people started coming around, and it was really cool. I think my stuff's up here. I'll tell you that. This is just my tat that I've got left over. I don't know. Oh, it's over there. I happen to have, because I figured I'd be in a queue for hours. I brought a book along, and I happened to bring along with the Peoples of Middle Earth that I was reading, and John Howe strolled past, and that's a John Howe illustration. And I was like, "Oh, mother of God!" So I grabbed that, and John Howe signed my book.
That's cool.
That was mega. That was pretty cool. And I'd also taken along my Bernard and the Genie DVD, and Lenny Henry signed it. And he said, I said to him, "It's the best Christmas movie ever," and he said, "Is that a bootleg?" So I said, all I can say was, "It's never been released. It's never been released in our region. I don't get it." And he said, "Richard Curtis will be after you for money," and that's me and Lenny are best mates now. A couple of wristbands, very nice. I'm gonna get a load of this junk framed.
Yeah.
My snazzy ticket. Ooh.
Very cool.
My embossed. Check that out. Embossed napkin. Look at that. And they handed out posters, which is cool because I did one that, like, you know, no one's got anything to sign, and they all came around, and anyone who wanted one to go poster. And I managed to get about half the cast that are on there.
That's cool.
They're all very cool with their time. Again, I'm not big into this sort of stuff normally, but I was like, well, I'm here.
Yeah.
No way I'd go and queue for that stuff normally, but it's like I'm going to see the film, and I apparently have happened to end up here. I might as well make the most of it. But yeah, I'm not good at that stuff. I've never done that sort of stuff before, so I don't know what you should be holding. Do you film them? Do you take a photo? Do you hold the pen? Do you hold the poster? But I kind of staggered my way through it. Got quite a few of them. Marcus Crassus was there. Do you watch Spartacus?
Of course I watch Spartacus.
Yeah, you know,
by Jupiter's chicken.
You know Marcus Crassus from the last season. Like he's not really a villain. I don't want to say villain because he's. But I didn't know he was in it. And he suddenly like kind of walked up and was like, "Oh my God, look at your eyes, you're Marcus Crassus." And I was just like, "I love Spartacus." He was like, "Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Amazing." But he's in it. He's obviously the watch warden, as we know now. And then so they were good. I saw some. I don't really go outside the GBHL a lot for these comments. There's just no point in trying to argue with people. But one of the guys wrote on it. Someone said, "Are there any Rings of Power poster?" And this bloke just wrote, "Oh yeah, apparently they were giving them out the premiere, but none of the cast stopped to sign for anything, and people were just waiting outside like for ages, and it was horrible." And I was like, might have been, wasn't for me. Like when loads of the cast stopped, got everything signed. Don't know if you're talking out your ass or if someone had a bad experience, but whatever. There was an article in Independent. Someone slammed them in the Independent, slammed Amazon for like. I don't know this person, so I'm not gonna judge them. Maybe they had a very, very bad and different experience, but it was like the ticket said you queue for an hour and you get into the fan pen, then you'll be there for probably about you were meant to be seated by 6:45. I think we got in at like 7:15, so you knew you were going to be in there for about 2 hours. They were handing out free water and you had to stand up. So it's like, if you want this free ticket to go and see the Rings of Power, you're going to be standing up for 4 hours outside. And this girl just completely kicks off. They treated us like dirt. We were standing outside for 4 hours. Just a terrible experience. That's what it said. Yeah. It's literally what it said. And there's people who would have killed for that. People who would have killed for it. But anyway, And then went in, and there's amazing cinema. The seats reclined. I sat down next to a girl. There's a slight chance that she might watch this, so I'm going to be very careful. But I sat down next to her, and I said, "You all right? You excited?" She went, "No." I was like, "Okay." Which is like, I didn't want to watch it. It's like, right, cool.
Why is she there?
Yeah, and I was like, she's like, "No, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't free." Okay, great, wicked. She's like, "I'm a really big fan of Tolkien. I just don't like what they've done to his work." I was like, "Okay, I'm going to look this way. How are you?"
Yeah.
She's like, "Yeah, I'm really excited." Like, "Brilliant. Can I talk to you, please?"
You should have said, "My mate Steve, he can be here. He can be here."
Yeah, he could have been it. Could have been it. He could have been his. It was only yours, saved by unhappy chance. And then the Amazon head of programming came out, and everyone clapped. And then she said, "Oh, it's very exciting. I'm delighted to introduce Jeff Bezos." And honestly, the crowd went. And Jeff was there, and I was like, it never crossed my mind he would be there. No. And he came out, and honestly, irrelevant of what you think of his dubious kind of wealth distribution and ethical thing, I barely heard a word he said, because I was overwhelmed by how rich he was. I was just staring at him thinking, "You're so rich." He was about 10 foot away from me. I was in the front row, and I was genuinely a bit in kind of, it was a bit like Glad You're Going to Valinor, you know, like, "Oh!" And I was like, "You're so rich." And I didn't hear a lot of
lend us a tenner.
Yeah,
lend us a tenner, Jeff.
£1 million. Genuinely, I was like, you wouldn't miss it. And somehow you feel like when you're that close, he probably wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
He's not going to do it for the back row, but anyone in the
I might just ask, what's the worst he can say?
Exactly.
What have I got to lose?
Isn't he on the way to becoming a trillionaire? I think
something stupid.
He doesn't need $1 million.
No.
But honestly, it was like being a kid. I was like, "You're so rich." I can't even. I can't listen to. I don't understand how you speak. You're a different species to me. You're so unbelievably rich. So he said something, and then he went off, and the showrunners came on, and the showrunners introduced the whole cast, and the whole cast came on. It was awesome. Everyone clapped them, and then we watched it. And it was, as I'm sure we're about to talk about. I thought it was great. Seeing it on the big screen was absolutely amazing. And then we went to a pub with the Tolkien Society. The Tolkien Society, I think, are quite. A lot of them don't like the films, the movies, and they can be quite protective. And not to say it was everyone. The girl next to me did not enjoy it, in a shock to us. But a lot of them were very, very positive about it. I thought they were very positive. We just hung out in the pub and had about like 3 beers with those guys, and it was a cracking end. And it was just a wonderful, wonderful, unexpected night.
That's cool, man.
Can't lie, it's just absolutely nuts. Absolutely, how crazy a big fan I am of that, and just that sort of stuff just doesn't happen a lot. And it was just absolutely amazing night.
That's awesome.
And who knows? They might do that every year, but it certainly won't be the first time every year. You won't have the sitting in that cinema. It reminded me of Fellowship. It wasn't even like The Hobbit. Even with The Hobbit, you're like, right, so it's Peter Jackson. It's going to be Ian McKellen's Gandalf. I've got a vague idea of what this is going to be like. Yeah. Sitting there in a cinema, like completely. It's the same thing that most people had this week. Staring at that first time, going, I have no idea what's about to happen. And sitting there and then sitting in the cinema and being completely blown away was just next level. So yeah, that was my fairly awesome night. Which then removed any threat whatsoever of me worrying about staying up till 2 a.m. But I need to, mate. Seen it.
Yeah, it's it was super cool. It was because I didn't hear of anyone else. Like you said, there was quite a lot of people there. Like you were the only person that on Facebook or social media was saying, "I'm going to this premiere." So it was cool that BSIME Damien was at the premiere.
Someone said to
mingling with Bezos.
Yeah, let's go with that. So someone, I can't remember who it was. It someone last night. Yeah, it was. I saw Emma's family last night, and they'd been on holiday. I'm like, "Did you go to the premiere?" And I was like, "Yeah." And Emma's cousin went, "Was it because of your magazine?" I was like, "Yes, let's go with that." I was like, I love that kind of support. The idea that Jeff went, get those SBG guys in. We need them. They're influencers.
They'll turn the haters around.
Although I am an influencer, aren't I? As you pointed out, because it's in all the years I've been YouTubing, it's the first time it's ever happened to me. But inevitably, we put that, we deliberately put that video up. I tried to get it up a couple of days because maybe it'd draw more people to the channel, the buzz of Rings of Power and all that sort of stuff. And it did. It definitely brought new people.
Well, I shared that link. I probably shared that link in a few Middle Earth groups that you're not even in if you didn't notice
cheers,
it.
Dude. It's your fault, isn't it?
It's my fault, I think. So like, there weren't even SBG groups; they were just Middle Earth groups as well.
Yeah, one guy, I think it's Billy Boy, I believe is his YouTube name.
Billy Boy.
He put another paid Amazon shill.
Yeah.
And I was like, I've arrived.
I've
arrived. And it's just, he's not replied. A few people put, what are you going to do? It's the internet. A few people put like, I thought almost unnecessarily supportive comments on there, or whatever. And I just replied to go, we've got 1,200 subscribers. Like you think Jeff was like, this is the guy to make or break my. But it just shows what they're doing. It shows what some people are out there. The level of just the kind of review bombing or saying, "Are you being positive? You must be being paid for it."
Yeah,
I mean, maybe I like it.
I've had interactions with quite a few different people, not wholly from the SBG community, but like on the lead up to Rings of Power. Because I think genuinely, most of the time it comes up. I've been genuinely positive about it, looking forward to it, and I've been excited. And I knew to sort of experience it with fresh eyes and not have expectations that it was going to be, a prelude to the Peter Jackson films and be in the same sort of vein as them. So I was just excited, and for a long time I've different people just excuse my language, trying to shit on that because I'm excited about it, trying to make me not excited about it. And I'm just thinking, go away. Like, if you're not excited about it and you don't like the thought of it, fine. But why are you trying to drag me down to that pit that you're in? Because I'm excited about it. Just let me be excited about it. Yeah. And I just don't get it. And then today I put a few posts on social media because obviously I watched it last night. Enjoyed it. If you haven't picked up, what
was your little what was your viewing experience? Not like what do you think of it, but
I watched it at home. It was leading up to it. I said,
"Who the fuck is Anna?"
Go away, Anna. So, even as much of a fan of the movies and everything, and SBG and everything else, having YouTube channels based around this game for the past 10 years, and it taken up a huge part of my spare time and life. Like Anna, my wife, has never seen the movies, and no matter how hard I tried, she's just like, Steve, that's your thing. It's not my thing. I'm not into it. There's no, she likes rom-coms and she likes dramas and things like that. She's not into anything that Anna will only watch something. Her excuse was, it's not really like anything that's got anything that's not in our world. So if it's got anything, any magic in it, or if it's got like creatures in it, she's not interested. She's just got no interest in it. But this was coming up, and I kind of said, right, just give it a go. Just give it a go. Give it a go. And, I promised XYZ and this, that, and the other. I said, I'll buy you your favourite chocolates. We could sit in and watch it. A bottle of wine. In the end, she just caved, not because of any of the bribery, just because she was sick of me mithering, I think. She said, right. And she watched it. And she really, really liked it. Like, really liked it.
Uh-oh.
So,
right, now the 3 films, then the extended editions, then the commentary.
Yeah. So once this series ends, and you're all right, do you want to know what happens next? This is The Hobbit.
So you settled down with the lady last night, did you?
Yeah, so we sat down, we just had snacks, but it was gone 9 o'clock before we started to watch it. By the time the kids had set, we put the kids to bed, we had dinner, bathed the kids, put the kids to bed, and, sod's law, like, the kids decided that was the night they were just going to piss about upstairs and make loads of noise and not go to sleep. Yeah. So it just had to keep going up and going, right, and it got to the point where, like, I was threatening iPads were going to be gone for a week and everything like that before they finally settled. And then we watched it, and she loved it. She thought it was really good. She's like, I didn't expect to like it, and she did.
Oh, Bernard, I live and breathe. Oh, thanks. What do you think of Rings of Power?
Where's mine?
She's only seen one. That's huge spoilers. What's a bit?
Oh, watch the second one.
Watch the
second one's a cracker.
Thanks. Is everyone down? Oh, cool.
So yeah, so she loved it. So we watched it last night. I'm gonna watch it again Sunday night. I'm gonna watch the two of them again on my own and kind of redigest it all and see if there's any little bits that I missed and things like that. But yeah, it was positive experience for me. I think I said this to you. I think it's just kind of getting used to it, and then your reply to what I said kind of made me think, yeah, that's a fair point. I'm going to try and see it from that point of view. I think the fact that it's a series, I'm going to have that thing every week where I'm like, oh my god,
I've got no idea what I said to you.
Well, you said you quite liked it because it rather than digesting it all in a few hours.
Oh, the weekly thing,
you
as
get to
opposed
spread
to the whole
the experience
series.
out over a few weeks.
I'm old fashioned. I like weekly TV.
Well, I'll probably when we have the last episode of this season, I'll probably then just sort of put a day aside and watch the whole thing.
Yeah, obviously, of course, yeah. Obviously, yeah. Absolutely.
But generally, there was nothing in it that I didn't like. I'm not saying like I absolutely adored every second of it, but there was nothing in it that I didn't like.
Yeah, sure.
I enjoyed all of it. There were bits of it I really loved, and there were bits of it that I just thought were okay. It's really good. I quite like the fact that there's the different threads of storylines, but they seem to be moving at different paces. Like the Galadriel storyline seems to be moving a lot quicker than the Harfoot storyline.
Yeah.
The Harfoot storyline is like moving quite slow. It's like a totally different pace. Like the crazy old drunk guy. But yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Before we go on to like kind of what we think, should we catch up with chat?
Yeah, do you want to jump in the chat? Because I could do with a wee.
All right, well, why don't we keep talking for a few minutes then, while I finish off this colour, and then I will do just those things.
Yeah. I'll find out where we were up to because I think I highlighted it in the chat.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what. I'll jump in the chat now, and then you just take over. Yeah.
Love your work. Just finishing off Gilgal's.
Frederick's reply to Nathan saying about having 10 nouns was das stimmt gar nicht. Or gar nicht. Carl says, Sean has just solved the cost of living crisis. Let's get the toast and a load of cats. And Joe says, have you seen the price of bread lately? Prices of everything's got up at the moment a lot. I suppose that's what everyone's kicking off about, right? Tom Marshall says, evening chaps, say hi to my buddy Murphy, who's sat here looking bewildered that some of us spend our Saturday nights like this.
Hi, Murphy.
How's it going, mate?
How you doing, Murphy? Good to see you, mate.
Welcome to the party, bro.
Welcome to the party.
Hajinder says, Matt Smith was incredible in House of the Dragon. Really liked him in The Crown too. Yeah, I thought he played a good part in The Crown. I really liked that. It was good. Prince Philippi was, wasn't he? I'm sure the budget for Dragon is decent, but it's clearly not capable of comparing with Rings of Power.
Yeah, they're on a different...
Says Nathan.
Well.
And thank you, Damien, for responding to the comments too. Reese says... Oh, that was on the vlog.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, I always try and do that.
Yeah. Reese says, love the blogs, Damien. Need to get Steve on them too with his Easterlings. That'll be a long series, mate.
Or a short one.
What was that? Lyndon in London, says Larry.
Lyndon in London. Whee.
So there were people in cosplay, and you didn't dress as an Ent or old Greg.
I didn't.
Or Lyndon.
I wouldn't have done old Greg. It would have to be Treebeard because King of the Dead's not in it. But no, I thought it would just piss people off.
That was funny. It just reminded me last night while I was watching that thing. You know when you got the little sort of snapshot, the glimpse of the Ents.
Yeah, baby Ent.
Like the one little thing. Like Anna went, were them trees moving? I went, yeah. We'll get to that. So just go.
Yeah, when the mummy Ent hugs the baby Ent.
Yeah. Frederick says, "Well, we're into sell out shill part of the stream."
Yeah.
Those comments are really funny, but also kind of sad. They're very sad. They're just like, I don't know, people who are miserable just want to spread misery. It feels like. Rob says, have to say, I think Old Greg was my favourite. Tom W says, Damien, thank you so much for your vlog. It was fantastic. I was lucky enough to attend the premiere as well.
There. Yeah.
And was blown away by it all. All those interviews were streamed into the cinema. I'm sure there will be a premiere film made, as you said.
I said this last week. I'm so sorry. Maybe we'll remember next time. Is that Tom Wag? Steve
it
might
might be.
remember. Steve might remember, but we asked this last time. I'm so sorry, Tom.
I can't remember.
If you're watching now, just let us know. And it might be or it might not be. But I didn't see Tom Wag there. I might have seen a different Tom W there. I don't know. But yeah, because I think you wrote on Facebook. You put on a Facebook post that you were there as well. I think because I knew Tom W was there, and I remember thinking, I don't know if that's Tom Wag yet. Yeah. But yeah, whichever time it is, I hope you had a great night. Did you? Was it dreadful or was it
everything
brilliant
you hoped
like
for?
mine? You know, which camp were you, or somewhere in between, of course.
Frederick says, really disappointed that you didn't get Bezos to invest a few £1 million into BSIME. Yeah. And Rob says, and how much did Jeff make during those 2 episodes? Probably a lot, Dosh. Nathan T says, I'd like to know what the girls' thoughts were after the viewing.
Didn't like it. Didn't like it at all.
Is that what she said?
Yeah. And actually, she was in the pub as well, so I had a chat with her there.
So she hung about to be miserable.
Yeah, well, she hung about because she's in the Tolkien sites, but she came to see people from the Tolkien site and stuff. But she said, I would have something like what I really would have liked from the first episode is a really, really long prologue about the music of the Aenir and the trees of Valinor and stuff. I was like, that wasn't going to happen, was it?
No.
I was like, I would have liked that. And she went, no, I know. And it was the kind of, I think it was the purest idea of what you would really want taking over what's likely to happen, I suppose. Yeah. So it's almost like the Star Set thing. It's the unreasonable expectations. If you go in expecting it to be something, it's obviously not going to be.
Yeah,
you're more likely to be disappointed, I suppose.
Yeah. Tom says, my only starstruck moment was John Howe approaching me and my partner at the after party and asking if we enjoyed it. I mumbled that it was beautiful and asked him what he thought. He said, I thought there were some beautiful words. He seemed joyous.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
Tom got to the fancy after party, see? So he's fancier than I was.
Frederick says, in inverted commas, hey Jeff, want to invest a few £1 million in a very obscure Lord of the Rings focused YouTube channel where I paint miniatures with my meat. That would have gone down very well. And Carl says to Joe, I won't be going to Waitrose like Steve. Nathan C says, some friends have enjoyed it, no issue. I'm more annoyed at the friends refusing to give it a go. Their loss. One of Roxy's friends says, it's not real, so I won't like it. About Lord of the Rings and similar. She loves Bridgerton, which is very not real. It's a similar thing. It must be a lady thing. I don't know. Nathan also says, after Damien's
Bridgerton's got humans in it, isn't it? I get the difference there. Bridgerton doesn't have fantasy creatures in it.
Nathan also says, after Damien's day of Hobbit audiobook inspiration whilst painting it, I've already got permission from Rox to binge the full series in a day in mid-October.
Very cool.
Joe Garman. Good evening, guys. I just watched the first 2 episodes of Rings of Power and absolutely loved it. Good to hear. You're in good company. And Nathan says, I mentioned the Ent scene to Rox. She asked the trees, and Miles shouts, tree, I am no tree, I'm an Ent. Well done, Nathan. Top parenting, says Sean. And mate, there's no comments for you to read. I'm caught up. I think now would be a good time to get people to let us know what they think.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, in general, would you want to theme it around anything?
Just to think. I just think. Let us know what your thoughts are. Like, on the series, did you enjoy it? Are you looking forward to it? Is it not what you expected? Is it more than you expected? Were you one of the people who were really worried how it was going to be and were pleasantly surprised, or vice versa? Again, keep it friendly and it'd be interesting to hear your thoughts. I'm going to go for a quick toilet break. I'll be literally 2 minutes, mate.
I'm so sorry. I was so engrossed in your comments. I've changed colours.
Yeah.
I just didn't do that thing I said I'd do.
Standard.
I'm really sorry. I was just enjoying painting Gilly.
Right, I'll be back in a moment.
All right. So, of course, now, the irony is he's now left me with no comments to read. Oh, that's TTG again. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. So I'm not going to talk at you about what I thought, because that seems crazy. And, come on, have a chat with Steve about it, really. But, don't know, really. Maybe you could just watch some ASMR stuff. Also about one other thing that happened today where someone kind of on the topic of not the haters, I don't want to use that word, but the people who aren't enjoying it as much. But I got it was when you're scrolling down your Facebook feed and you see a post because someone else, one of your Facebook friends has commented on it or something. And there was a guy on there that's similar to this guy from the Tolkien Society. A guy said that he was, it starts off with the normal kind of post about no rubbish, they ignored the law, they butchered it, and then said something like, this isn't in the GBH channel, it's just on, I don't know, some Lord of the Rings group somewhere. He said something like, there was nothing about the doom of Mandos, there was nothing about the death of the two tree, or much about the death of the two tree. There was nothing about the oath of Feanor. There was nothing about the Valar and all this. And it's like, and one guy had replied to him already and sort of said, that's all either first stage stuff or pre-first stage stuff. Like, the series is set in the second age. You can't have expected that. And he replied in much the same way. And I put the same thing. I just right on there going, but you can't have seriously expected a show set in the second age to give a complete history of the first age in the first two episodes. And then my example I use, I just said it's like criticizing Peter Jackson's films for not having a complete history of the first and second age. And I think he replied something along the lines of, yes, it should. And I just don't understand that. I've read a lot of comments from people who didn't like it for what seemed like very good reasons, but I just don't get that attitude, that idea that there's a load of stuff that was obviously never going to be in it that isn't in it, and I'm furious about it.
I'm back.
Oh, hi, how was your wee?
It was a good one, mate. Yeah, it was a good one. Feel relieved.
You loved it.
Feel relieved. I just picked up on the back end of what you were saying. Yeah, anyone who expected, I think, to tune in last night or whenever they watched it between last night and now,
Tuesday,
and expect, everything to be in it. Also, that there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, it didn't have this, it didn't have this. It's not mentioned this. It's not even touched on that." We're 2 episodes in of 8.
I will say, obviously, I'm sure we're going to talk about it, but I had the disappointment thing where I wanted a meaty prologue that showed all the cool stuff from the Silmarillion. I make no bones about it, that's what I wanted. Yeah. And early on, and I'm not going to lie, but seeing it on the big screen, I was blown away constantly by it. But early on, when you saw the trees, that first image, it's 13 months ago, we got the image, and no one ever knew who it's Finrod. We know now, it's Finrod. Yeah. That's the guy who's been on the GBH cover for the last 13 things. And seeing the trees and going, oh, that's the trees of Valinor, and there's Tyrion, and like this is amazing, this is cool. And then when 3 seconds later the trees were down, I was like, that was what I said. Like there was like
the odd bits that I wasn't so keen on. That was one of them because I was like you. I expected there to be more of that, and when it was just like a passing comment of saying, oh yeah, when Morgoth, blah blah blah, and you just see the light go away from the trees, just drain out light. I just like
awesome visual.
But it might go back to it. We don't know.
Nah, it won't go back to it. That's
don't kill the dream, Damien. Don't kill.
But like,
the dream.
I'm not expecting you to get the whole story, but I hoped maybe you'd see Ungoliant or something, or you'd see him striking down the trees, or just a bit longer. So it was cool to have them there. But yeah, I get that, and I get the disappointment, but then I'm able to move on. I'm able to go, okay, they haven't. That's a shame. On they go with their story. But the idea that you'll be like, this is rubbish. They didn't show the trees. Like, they don't need to show the trees. Yeah. The trees are more important to you than they are to the story that they're telling.
Yeah.
But, and
I think it's a personal thing. It's a personal thing for everyone as well. That's the other thing. It's like what the parts that you like and the parts that you want might not necessarily be the same parts that everybody else wants. And people.
But it's also the demands of the audience, right? So I really want the trees. The girl beside me really wanted the trees. Anna probably doesn't really want the trees.
She doesn't know what the trees are. She's like, why are the trees on fire? Like, they're not on fire.
They're not on fire, for one thing. They have their own go. One has fruit.
Oh, the chair just only went, that's Anna cursing me from in there. It's like, I had a conversation with someone today, and like the only sort of, it wasn't an argument, it was a conversation, but the only thing I could kind of say back to him, because they were being quite negative, was you hated it you've hated it for the last few months. Every time you've popped onto one of my threads or I've seen you and we've discussed it, you've scoffed at me and kind of laughed at the fact that I was excited by it. You've hated it and I've said that you were going to hate it before you seen it. So it was obvious you were not going to like it.
Yeah.
You'd already made your mind up, like, and that's fine, but just let me like it. Why is it bothering you so much that I like it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
What I thought was really nice was that thread on GHR, which, as I said, I think is brilliant. It's got people who like it and people who don't like it, but they're all just being constructive and helpful. But there's a lot of people on there. I think almost the largest demographic is people saying it's better than I thought it'd be. That's the most common thing I've seen people saying. It's better than for
I've
better
seen
or
that
worse.
across the board on outside SBG groups as well. People saying they like it. Which is really, kind of obviously there's the people are going, oh no, it's terrible. I posted a link to this thread in one of the other Middle Earth gaming groups. It's not SBG. Have you seen the Middle Earth Wargaming group?
No, I'm not in that.
I think they kind of made their own rules up or something, and it stemmed from when. Do you remember the old metal Lord of the Rings minis were out before Games Workshop, before the movies? The really
the old Games Workshop ones.
No. The old. What was it? What were they?
Mithril.
Mithril, yeah, the Mithril.
Yeah. Okay, so the separate Mithril range, not the original Games Workshop.
So I think it originated from that. So some of the people on there are SBG players. Some of the people on there do use the SBG miniatures and SBG rules when they play. Some are not. It's kind of a mixed bag. And I posted a link to this stream tonight in there because I thought some people might find it interesting. Obviously, it's Rings of Power. It's Lord of the Rings. And the first comment was, "I thought this was a Tolkien group."
What didn't he like? Us or Rings of Power? Like, what is it that we're not Tolkien?
It's like, why have you took the time to stop and type that? Like, if you don't want to watch just scroll on, man.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that the GHL was a modelling group. Well,
but yeah.
So those are the crazies. But anyway, Steve.
Yes.
What do you think?
Spectacular.
Straight.
Spectacular. I loved it. I loved how it looked. I think it's close enough to the movies. There's a lot of things that are slightly similar, but I think it's far enough away to be its own thing as well and feel new and shiny and a different view of Middle Earth. I loved it. I mean, the dwarf. I think I didn't expect. I thought I was really going to like the elvish stuff with Galadriel. Galadriel is just a badass. Like
badass. I don't think English people could do that.
She's class.
It has to be. How can you do class and then do arse? It's got to be badass. It's got to be
badass. All right, she's a badass. Yeah, she's awesome. I really like that character. I don't care what anyone else says.
What's the word she spits down the camera at Elrond? There's a word that it's phenomenal when she snaps. It's something like "forget it" or something. I go.
I don't know.
There's something he suggests that she moves on, and he says something like, "You need to forget it," and she goes, "Forget it." Like and her whole manner changes in like a single word.
I think she's. I think her acting's awesome. I think she's an awesome character. I really like it. But the thing is, I thought I knew I was going to enjoy that. I think I knew I was going to enjoy the elven stuff. But I really like the dwarvish stuff. I just think the aesthetic is awesome. I love it. There's nothing in it that I didn't like. Nothing in it that I didn't like. And that does make me sound like a bit of a fanboy. I'm not like looking at it in rose-tinted glasses. I've been excited by it. I watched it and loved it. It's the best thing that's been on TV and probably that I've watched. Other than like, I really like Game of Thrones, but I think it's better than Game of Thrones. We're only 2 episodes in. So
big time.
Yeah, I loved it. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm with you. I loved it. I felt a lot of like I did feel kind of, I don't know what the word is, like almost nervous or apprehensive about finally seeing it. And I was just, again, I think the big screen gives you a different view of it, but I was just blown away like by the visuals. I was just absolutely blown away by how it looked. Like there's just so many. I thought the entrance to Valinor, or the Galadriel's attempted entrance to Valinor, was stunning. The way the clouds moved back with the singing and all that was just, and that's the sort of thing that I'd never, you read it on the page, but I've never seen it depicted, and I've never really thought about what it would actually look like, and that sort of thing. It's why I'm excited about seeing like Numenor and stuff. You're seeing stuff that you've never seen in Tolkien's world depicted. It'll be how some people pictured it. It won't be how some other people pictured it, but it's just cool to see an interpretation of that amazing piece of lore. But yeah, so the first time I was watching it, it was just the visuals mainly. I was just kind of going, oh my god, this looks so cool. And it was the first time I'd heard the soundtrack as well. I was like, and it sounds so good, and all that sort of stuff. And honestly, I felt, when, I don't know if that came across in the vlog, but I felt a bit kind of like, I don't know if I'm being fair to it. It might not be as good as I think it is, because I've just been knocked off my arse in the cinema, and I watched it last night with them, and she could only make it through one episode, but I watched the second one and I enjoyed it more. The second time I enjoyed it more because suddenly all that, I don't know what the word is, but the pressure was off, and I wasn't worried about, oh, what's going to happen next, or how's that storyline, or it wasn't about what happened in the stories. It was just like, what would it look like and all that. And with that off, I adored it the second time round, which I don't know if that's going to be the same every episode.
Well, I was tempted last night when they finished it. It wasn't like late, and I was tempted to go online, go on social media, and like fanboy about it, and go on how much I loved it. I thought, I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna sleep on it. I'm gonna sleep on it and kind of digest it a little bit, and just sort of wake up fresh eyes and see how I feel. I genuinely can't wait to watch it again on tomorrow night. Can't wait to watch it again. I want to watch it again. But yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great.
So there's about like 4 storylines, right? What was your highlight?
I mean, obviously the Galadriel stuff is it's probably the most intense one. It's the most action filled storyline. But again, just seeing and hearing and learning more about the dwarves and Khazad-dûm is just it's awesome.
I agree with you about that. I adored the Harfoot stuff. I thought the Harfoot stuff was absolutely brilliant. It was the most like, it felt like a real community. It felt natural. It felt lived in. All this, you've seen a lot of people have been criticizing it. Again, probably a certain group of people, but for the fact that it doesn't look like Lord of the Rings, it looks all shiny new. But I thought they looked like they lived there and stuff, and I thought that just felt so right and so natural. I thought all the Harfoot stuff, I thought it was absolutely brilliant, and I loved seeing that. And they felt like ancestors of the hobbits. They felt like they fitted into the world. They were different but the same. I thought that was great, and that was doing. I think I don't know if when I said it, I chatted to a lot of people like on Wednesday and Thursday about it. And we did the vlog, and then I've chatted to people since. But I did think there was a mismatch. I think you've mentioned this already tonight in the speed of the stories, where my frustration is that I know what happens, right? Most people, I don't think these are spoilers, but you're going to see the fall of Numenor, you're going to see the rings being forged, you're going to see the last alliance, and I want to see those things. I want to see those things happen. So in episode 1, when none of those things happen, there's part of me that goes, oh, this is fan fiction. But it's like, once it's done, you'll look back on it and see the story gently playing out together. And so that, just seeing Harfoots muck about in a way was infuriating, but then when you try and deal about it sensibly, was the pace I want. It reminded me of early Game of Thrones, where you have the second episode is the King's Road, and it's just a bunch of people walking down the road chatting, and that's good. That's really good drama, as opposed to the last season where everyone's rocketing about the country.
Yeah.
And so just seeing the Harfoots chatting to each other and mucking about and nothing happened, I actually really loved.
Mm.
And then next to that, you've got Galadriel, who gives you the 5 minute first stage, then pops off to Frodray, then pops down to Linden, and then legs it across the sea. And I was almost like, oh, I kind of want that to slow down a bit.
Yeah.
And so I thought there was maybe a slight mismatch in the pacing of the different stories, but I don't think it matters.
No.
You know,
I think them first 2 episodes, they're building a relationship for the viewer with the characters, and you're getting a bit of background from everyone and where they're coming from. And I think it'll be, I'm hoping, touch wood, it'll be from like episode 3 where we'll be getting like to the meat of it. And
well, they must get to Numenor, right? That's presumably a Numenorean ship that's found them.
Yeah.
It's
just a lot of little things that I thought was a lot for maybe viewers who have not even seen the movies, and talking about Sauron and talking about like the different towns and villages of men and how they were corrupted by Sauron, and they've got this trait in them where they're not to be true.
People who are loyal to Morgoth.
Yeah, painting a picture of them. That some parts, I think, if you're more clued up, you might feel was a bit unnecessary. But for people who have not, it's their first foray into Middle Earth, they need to do that. So, yeah, I think the first 2 episodes did a great job of doing that, and I think going forward, I just want to see episode 3 now. But then I'm going to watch episode 3 and I want to watch episode 4, and then episode 8 is going to roll around and be like, oh.
Got a year away.
It's another year.
It ain't ending, is it? I think that's the other thing. I know, obviously, the trilogy, you had the wait. Of course, you had the wait. But I think what makes it slightly different is that it's a TV series, so you're waiting every single week, and also you don't really know what's going to happen. You know where it ends up, but you don't know the resolution. You don't have a clue what's going to happen with Arondir. So for the first time ever in like a Lord of the Rings story, you're in a different world where you're watching a story and you don't really know what's about to happen.
Yeah.
And I think that will be for some people what breaks the Middle Earth immersion, because it's not a story they know.
Yeah.
Even if it's within the sort of framework of the story they know.
But we knew that, right? We knew that there was going to be embellishments. We knew there was going to be add-ons. We knew there was going to be things that are thrown into the mix to make it more meaty and fit for TV.
Yeah, I mean, they had to.
Yeah,
you've got the entire second age.
We knew that. So I always find when those points are their argument, it's always just kind of a bit of an eye roll moment for me. It's just like, but you knew that, like it's not a surprise. You knew that's what was going to happen. They've not painted over that. They've, in the articles that were released a few months ago, they said they've had to do this, that, the other, and there's characters in there that are not in the lore and not in the books.
A lot of them that are, though. A lot of them that are.
Yeah. And they've not just done it, like, not put them things in there just to annoy people. They're there for a reason. They're there to make it more interesting and bring new people into it. Create fans that are not currently fans at the moment. So
I'll tell you one thing that was really interesting for me, that the real Tolkien nerd in me. I think I might have said this in the last stream. One of the things I was worried about was the great unknown about the license, where would they be able to name things? There was a whole thing that they had. We don't really know. No one knows what the rights really are and what they mean and what they've agreed informally with the lawyers and the Tolkien estate and all that sort of stuff. But there was the idea that, again, that bitter comment, I think you came back from your wee, like when I was talking about, he was saying they're doing the Silmarillion and they haven't got the rights to the Silmarillion. It goes like, well, first things first, they're not doing the Silmarillion. They're very much not doing the Silmarillion. But there was a worry that are they going to be able to call these things the right names? And I was really pleasantly surprised by how much got mentioned. So what you get, for example, is they mention the 2 trees, they don't name them, presumably because the names aren't in the Lord of the Rings. And that doesn't matter because the 2 trees are dead now. It's like, okay, I can get by with that. But when one of the bits that really made me scream with happiness was when Elrond went into Celebrimbor's study and he goes, the hammer of Feanor, which wrought the Silmarils. And I was like, there we go.
Yeah.
So he's chatting about Feanor. And I went, of course I did. Big index in this. And they are in it. Like Feanor gets 3 mentions in the Lord of the Rings. Now, I'm guessing here, but does that mean like he's mentioned in there, so they're allowed to talk about him? The Silmarils are mentioned in there, so they're allowed to talk about them. All right, but Aule, who's the Valar who makes the dwarfs, and they talk about that. He's mentioned at least twice. He's not in the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
he's not in the index. So at some point down the line, I don't know how it works, but they've had permission to use names of things that aren't in the Lord of the Rings, as well as Aule's the only one I've found so far. Yeah. But it gives me hope that I just wanted them to call the right things the right things.
Yeah.
And that's the. It doesn't matter. It certainly doesn't matter to Anna. But that was my little Tolkien irritated bit, and I got mega excited seeing the. And it's almost like the hammer of Feanor. I presume that's going to come up. Is he going to use the hammer later? Is that what he's going to use to forge the rings? Maybe. But it felt like that was in there to go. Calm down, everyone. We can talk about the Silmarils. We can talk about Feanor.
Yeah.
You know, all that sort of stuff. So that made me happy.
Yeah. I just again, like, I find myself repeating a lot of the things that I said when The Hobbit was released, and that got the backlash that it got at the time. Was, would you rather not have it? That, you know, it's more Middle Earth content. It's the thing that we spend a lot of time online talking about. Spend a lot of our time painting little miniatures to represent the characters of. Play our games, you know, in these make-believe worlds of Middle Earth. It's more Middle Earth to consume. Whether you're a huge fan of it or you can take it or leave it, it's there for you to enjoy. And I don't get that. Like, I can get that people don't like it. That's fine. What I don't get is like the sheer anger towards it. Like, people will go out of their way to fall out of friendships because of it, or, you know, upset people and put them down and have full-blown arguments and call them the worst names under the sun because someone else likes it and they don't. I just don't get it. I really don't get it.
How did we find elves with short hair?
Not a problem. Totally forgot about that argument, so you've just mentioned it. That's
good though.
Didn't bother me in the slightest. In the slightest. Should we dive back in? That's what people are saying. Sounds like a good plan, doesn't it? Since we've waffled on for ages, haven't we?
Absolutely.
Sean Williams says the moment someone writes a script for the music of the is it Ainur?
Yeah.
That doesn't put everyone to sleep. I'm sure we'll see the adaptation. Irex is in. How you doing, pal? It says, Damien, what makes you think the King of the Dead won't be in the series?
If I'm honest, it was an instant response to him being dead. So the King of the Dead isn't in it. Whether that King of Dunharrow becomes one of the 7 kings of men, I suppose it could be. Could be.
Yeah. Sean says, my hope was that the show would be at least as good as the Hobbit films, and it definitely exceeded those expectations.
There you go.
Tom Marshall, Murphy celebrated his moment on YouTube, then announced he has to pay a parking fine, a mixed day for my homeboy. That's a shame, man. It's a shame. But you are internet famous.
If he's up for paying, maybe get him to sign up for the Patreon.
Yeah, Patreon. Yeah, I mean, he's got his wallet out.
Yeah, you know. Already paying, you might as well.
In for a penny. Larry says, not enough antler people. Yeah,
I wanted to say this. I think they might be done, mate.
Yeah, I think
Larry, for anyone who's not in the Patreon chat, Larry Miller has been very excited about antler people since the first little sneak peek. And I reckon that might be them.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say after the first time I saw it, I was like, he was like, are the antler people? And I was like, yeah, they are. But it ain't what you want, mate.
You get about an extra 30 seconds on top of what you've already seen from the magazine shots.
And then I think they walk off into the sunset.
Yeah.
Never to be antlered again.
Irex then continues as an alive king. Ryan Cuthbert says, I thought it was fantastic. I was hoping for a longer prologue, but wasn't disappointed with it at all. I got goosebumps with the scene with the dragons.
Oh, yeah, and the eagle. Are they dragons? I thought they were like fell beasts.
I thought they were like fell beasts.
They shouldn't have been fell beasts.
That was a really awesome prologue scene. It was class. There's loads of bits of it. Yeah. I think it's going to be, for me, like watching it back the second time, there's going to be loads of bits. Like, oh yeah, forgot about that.
I was desperately trying to work out when everything was. Like again, and I think that's meant to be, because they just say, oh, we had war with Morgoth for centuries, and it's it's all compressed. But I think that's meant to be the end of the War of Wrath. That's meant to be the end of the first stage when Morgoth gets defeated, and in that he unleashes the dragons. It ends in the War of Wrath. He, when he's about to lose, he sets all the dragons out, and then the eagles, Thronda and the eagles come and smack up the dragons. So it should be, assuming it's that, it should be eagles against dragons. And then Erendil comes in his boat, his flying boat, and smashes the dragons in his flying ship. Where was that? Where was the flying ship?
Episode 3, mate.
Film wheel on his head. Yeah.
Episode 3.
Exactly. That's a cool. That's the stuff I'm furious about. I want flying ship, man. But,
you did say ship then, didn't you?
Yeah. It's just I suddenly got Harold images, which no old ladies would want that. But yeah. But I think it's meant to be just that. There you go, everyone. There's your War of Wrath. Yeah. Anyway, we're on to our story.
It's a bit of a nod, yeah. Nathan says, I'm happy so far. It's early days, of course, and broader than I expected. I'd imagine there will be some pacing disappointment when the season ends, because it's clearly going to build toward. Sean Clark, I loved it. I watched both twice last night. The interaction between Elrond and Durin is fantastic, and I can't wait to see Celebrimbor work with the dwarves. I agree. I really liked that the dialogue between Elrond and Durin, and then especially when they're having dinner. It's just nice.
Really you're right. The Khazad-dûm sequence was just immaculate.
Class.
It was superb.
Larry says, King of the Alive. We need a mini for that. A much bigger story, says Nathan. Katie says, Chris and I really enjoyed it and I'm looking forward to the rest. Galadriel is a badass. She says it properly.
Badass.
Nori is a delight, and the Stranger is intriguing. Any thoughts on the Stranger, Damien, before I go on? Who he is, what he is?
Well, they're not particularly new original, are they? So, I mean, I think the most common one is it's Gandalf.
Mm-hmm.
Which people are furious about because it's the wrong timeline, as if everything isn't in the wrong timeline. So the fact that there shouldn't be half-its, so they've already done that. So to me, that means they would put Gandalf in it.
Yeah.
So if they want Gandalf in it, they'd put Gandalf in it. The timeline's irrelevant. The other one is a different wizard.
Yes.
One of the blue wizards.
Yeah.
Which I quite like.
Mm-hmm.
The guy, the Southlands, the Arondir storyline, that's Rune.
Yeah.
Roughly speaking, it's over sort of east of Mordor. So they're in Rune. The blue wizards went east.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Not sure if the blue
definitely a wizard. He's definitely a wizard, isn't he? He's got, he bends trees and that when he shouts.
Yeah, so do hippies.
This is true.
Could just be a hippie.
Hippies are kind of like wizards, aren't they? A bit magical.
They are a bit. Or Sauron.
I don't think it is Sauron.
You think it's Sauron?
No. I don't think it's Sauron because I think I could be, obviously I could be wrong, but he just seemed to have that little early interaction with Nori, where because he obviously doesn't at the minute. He's just landed and he's not aware, so he's not like being sneaky. He's not, that part of his personality isn't there. He's not like being sneaky. He's not being
Yeah, but it could just be Sauron and he doesn't know to be sneaky, right?
No, I don't think it is. I think it's definitely one of the wizards. I'm like you. I think an unnamed blue wizard would be great because it means they can kind of do what they want with it. I wouldn't be disappointed if it's Gandalf. There's just a little bit of me that wants it not to be Gandalf.
I don't want it to be Gandalf.
Yeah,
I don't think we need Gandalf in the story.
I don't.
And obviously he could turn up, he could do something and piss off, kind of like the Army of the Dead in the film. But I'm just picturing the Last Alliance, and I don't want Gandalf at the Last Alliance.
Yeah.
But I think, see, the thing is, Sauron was my guess from the trailers, like when he arrived. And so now, because we've all been analysing that for the last sort of 3 months, I'm now thinking, isn't it a bit obvious to be Sauron?
Yeah.
But it's not any more obvious than it was 3 months ago. But you just talk yourselves out of this. And if it was Sauron 3 months ago, it's still Sauron.
Well, if it's I mean, obviously they could do it because they can do whatever they want. But if it is Sauron, why has he come on a meteor? Isn't he just in hiding in Middle Earth?
Well, no one knows. But also, if he's anyone else, why has he come on a meteor? No one ever. They don't arrive.
Where did the wizards? How did the wizards get on?
They just turn up. They definitely don't arrive by meteor. No one's ever arrived in Middle Earth by meteor.
But no one's ever been on Middle Earth, then just gone into hiding and then decided to ride a meteor back to Middle Earth, either.
No, but again, it's because no one's ever arrived by meteor. There are no meteors, no arrivals by meteor. So
I think it's an unnamed wizard. I think it's a blue wizard.
You don't, again, kind of falling back on the books is kind of pointless because they could change it. But my memory of it, again, my knowledge of the first age is far worse than my knowledge of the third age. But he just vanishes after the War of the Wrath. I think he vanishes. And then he re-emerges in Middle Earth, is my memory of it. But where he vanished, I don't think at the end of the first age, I don't think he's ever vanquished. I don't think he's ever defeated or destroyed or kidnapped or anything. He just kind of vanishes, I think.
Yeah.
And so...
Let us know in the chat, folks, what you guys think.
But do you know what? My guess from ages ago, and I'll say it again now because it's as good as any, is I think he's going to gradually learn to talk and strike up a great relationship with the hobbits. And at the end of the first season, he's going to murder them all. And I think that would be the twist. If like the stranger suddenly, like that's how the first season ends potentially, with the stranger murdering Nori, and everyone going, "What?" And he's
bastard.
They did. I think they said somewhere. Someone said that part of the fun is going to be working out who Sauron is.
Yeah, I mean the little shots that we've seen of Sauron look awesome, don't they?
Oh yeah. It's kind of like the wetter version, but not. Like it could be a younger version of wetter Sauron, definitely.
Yeah, it looks class. Ryan Cuthbert says also the bridge that Elrond walked in on the bridge. Also, was the bridge that Elrond walked in on the bridge of Khazad-dûm? Could be.
Well, I think it's the. It's not the west. It's not. That's right. No, because he enters from the west.
I couldn't tell you.
He enters from the west because he enters from Eregion, which is to the west of the Misty Mountains. But that obviously isn't the West Gate of Moria. The West Gate of Moria is the Watcher in the Water. So the Bridge of Khazad-dûm being next to the East Gate of Moria, it can't be the Bridge of Khazad-dûm. But equally, there must be another door.
Well, there you go.
Unless Celebrimbor is going to build that door as well with the mithril that they found.
Steve Ginley says, loved it, enjoyed both episodes. My favourite part has to be the dwarves in episode 2. Loving Durin's family life, yeah, it's class. Would make a good sitcom, it would. Frederick says, basically kind of what I expected. Stuart Rowan, thank you for subscribing, you're an absolute ledge. Nathan says, I think that was a post I'd commented on. He was incredibly angry about stuff we weren't going to see. Full prologue episodes would be great for the nerds, but no chance of grabbing normal viewers. Frederick says, we will start the Meteor Man theories here. Well, will we start the Meteor Man theories here? Is he Gandalf? Is he Sauron? Is he one of the Blue Wizards? Is he Saruman?
Oh, so what did I get? I got 3 out of 4.
Yeah, you're just throwing shit at the wall, aren't you, for some mistakes. Aaron says, so apparently episode 1 drew in 25 million views in the first 24 hours. That is truly amazing and just goes to show that the division between the fans hasn't stopped folk watching it. It's funny you say that because one of the things I said to a naysayer, I'll call them, was like it was someone who has been piping on about how bobbins it was going to be, and they weren't excited by it, they weren't going to watch it, blah 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 blah, and were commenting on it When I got up on Saturday morning, there was comments from like a few hours before, and I just commented, "So you stayed up to watch it then?"
I think I said on the stream that there was a guy, I can't remember what thread it was on, the guy that I really laughed at, really made me smile because he was very self-aware about it, where he said, I'm probably going to watch every second of it and then complain about how much I hate it. And I was like, fair play to you for, the acknowledgement of how absurd it is or whatever.
Yeah. Frederick says, are there multiple characters who are Sauron in disguise? Is Meteor Man one of them? Dublay's in. Dublay just got in from the carnival. What did you put? Was you on stage or? I'm popping the stream on. Too much cider drunk for me to paint tonight. Eyes well and truly gone. I know the feeling, mate. I know the feeling. Frederick says, I feel like the prologue is quite good for people who know nothing of Silmarillion. A brief explanation that there was something going on before Sauron became the big bad. Yes. Yeah, it's pretty much made clear that like Sauron was like the lieutenant of someone who was even bigger and badder.
Morgoth. I tell you what I wanted. The idea that at the start, I know the villain in Lord of the Rings is Sauron, and so seeing him in the prologue is important. See old Sauron, but I kind of wanted a bit more of that. I wanted in the prologue to see look at how cool Morgoth was just for like 3 minutes. Look at this, he's amazing. But obviously Morgoth isn't the villain in the series, so again, it's just what I want. The other Sauron thing is interesting because he could be different people. When he's Anatar, when he's giver of gifts, and he appears fair, so other people could see him differently. So there could be like a Lost-esque twist, right? Yeah. Where all these storylines are in some way happening at a different time. Yeah. I know they've all looked up at the comment. I'm making this up as I go, but there's nothing to say that it couldn't be the stranger. They could probably, if they wanted to, they could probably plan it out so it was the stranger, and then go, but also he was Halbrand.
Yeah.
Like Galadriel didn't see the comet, right? So can Galadriel? I don't know. It probably doesn't work. But do you know what I mean? Like you could see different characters in different storylines, and they could both be Sauron potentially. Because Halbrand's the other chief suspect, right? He looks fair. He's a fitty, and he's sure as hell going to Numenor.
Yeah. Laurie says needed more big spider. Maybe a big spider with antlers strapped to her back.
Absolutely.
Rob says, I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning to watch it without interruptions from the wife or kids. It was worth the lack of sleep. Enjoyed the 2 episodes. I'm looking forward to the rest of the series. Frederick says, would have liked some more orc and monster hunting in the far north, discovering ancient dark evil fortresses, etc. I really liked the snow troll.
Yeah, it was cool.
I really liked the snow troll. I thought it was cool. Joe Holzman says, absolutely loved it, especially the dwarves and Khazad-dûm, and every scene with the Harfoots made me smile. I also love that orcs are scaring out there. The orcs are cool.
That scene with the orc was absolutely terrifying.
Yeah,
I thought he was brilliant.
Yeah,
it's the idea of one orc has never ever been that scary in any version.
No. Reminded me a little bit of the scene in Game of Thrones where they have the dead thing in the trunk.
When they bring it to when they bring it to King's Landing.
Yeah, because it's kind of.
I thought it was like a zombie. It reminded me of sort of like 28 Days Later style zombie. Like the speed it was moving at. I thought it was awesome.
Cool. It was super cool. Michael Curtis says, I loved a lot of it. I raised an eyebrow once or twice. I'm really interested in where they're going with some things, but I am looking forward to the journey. I'm glad I didn't have preconceptions. I think. Do you know what? I think the people who are going to have the most issues with it are like people like yourself, Damien, who are really clued up on the law, because you're going to have conflictions, I think. Whereas I think people who aren't as clued up on the law, like me, I'm probably just going to take it at face value and love it.
It's a bit of both, because I'd like to think I'm relatively sane about it. That I'm able to, like the sort of stuff I've said tonight, I'm able to be disappointed by things that are shame about that, but I can move on.
Yeah.
I'm not attached to it as some people are, to the level of if they change it, it ruins it for me.
Yeah. Joe says, on the downside, I'd hoped for more Silmaril stuff, as I thought it was at least as relevant to the Second Age as the trees and Morgoth.
Yeah, definitely.
Joe says it also needed more Celeborn.
Poor Celeborn. He wasn't included in Battle Games Middle Earth. He doesn't look like he's going to be included in this.
Rob says, absolutely loved it. With the rights being sold, bought last month, I can't wait to see what comes in the next few years. I wonder what models will come to SBG. Who knows, Rob? Who knows?
You do instantly want them now, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
sort of seeing their depictions of it, it's like, yeah, I'd buy quite a lot of those.
Yeah. New orcs, please. New crazy orcs. Tom Spate, I was very skeptical before, but enjoyed it on a surface level. Lots of cool sets like the Orc Castle in the north, and the little things like the sword struck Mongol blade. Hoping the characters grow on me. Yeah, I like that. I quite like that.
Yeah, the sword's weird. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, sword.
Sword that your mate's got. I think I'm not sure what that storyline is. Is that Sauron's blade? Is he going to be corrupted about? I don't know.
Frederick says, on his question, do we have a specific idea of what the Southlands is exactly? Future Gondor plus future Horondor plus
It's Rune.
near Harad, Khand, Nirn.
It's Rune. It's not, they're calling it the Southlands, but it's not south, it's east. I think they're calling it south or something. If you go above, if you imagine where Mordor is, the Harfoots are just above that. So the Harfoots are sort of directly above Mordor, which is directly south of Erebor. So they're in line with Erebor, but they're quite a way south. And then the men, the Arondir storyline is to the east of that, which is Rune, essentially.
Yeah.
And they said as well, I remember John Howe saying in an interview they were going to go to Rune. And yeah, there's an interesting thing that's supposedly where the Blue Wizards went. The Blue Wizards supposedly went east. So yeah, it can be quite confusing. And also because it's pretty much the third age, the map. Like the big changes between the first age and the second age. And like the whole of Balerion sinks. But like but pretty much looks the same as the third age.
Yeah. Reese says, really enjoyed it. The whole thing was beautiful. Places around Middle Earth, the cast, the actors, really good. Especially Elrond just took me right back to watching Fellowship for the first time. That's good. I kind of know what you mean. It's like it was new and like it just Fellowship. I think I've said this before. When the Fellowship came out, I knew it was a film that I wanted to watch, but when I actually watched it, didn't go to the cinema to watch it. I went to watch something else, and the tickets had sold out, and ended up watching Fellowship because I was going to watch the Fellowship with someone else. Can't remember who it was. I ended up seeing it with a girl that I went to the cinema with, and I watched the Fellowship. I was just like mouth open at the end, thinking, got to wait a year. Like it's the best thing I've ever seen. Love it.
And the things go with a girl.
I want to say it was Minority Report. Someone will correct me if that was, but I've got a feel. No, what was it? Minority Report. It was something anyway.
What happened? Like
we went.
Presumably, it wasn't Anna.
No. This was before. Yeah, this was before. This was the old days. But yeah, so sort of kind of seen it by accident. Didn't see it at the time I intended to see it, and loved it. But I had that same feeling. I was hooked. Like straight from watching it, was hooked. Couldn't wait to see more. Larry says he must have known you guys were never on topic. Who?
Possibly Celeborn. Don't know.
Maybe. Nathan says Amazon have just announced 25 million global viewers. Given the revelations about Sandman not being short of a second season, that's massive news. Hajinder's still here. Daddy-O. I enjoyed it. It was pretty good. I preferred episode 2 over episode 1. Great to see a lot more dwarven scenes on screen. I agree. Joel says this is not a Tolkien group. This is a Tolkien group, not a Chocolate and Moretti group. Larry Miller says bad arse. Aaron says seeing the dwarves in Khazad-dûm is making me want a dwarven army now.
With masks though. Dwarves with masks.
Tom W says, sadly, I'm not Tom Wag.
It's not Tom Wagsley, but I think it wasn't Tom Wag last time either.
A great name. Don't worry, you haven't confused me. I'm Wainwright.
Tom Wainwright. Okay. Oh well, I look forward to forgetting that again next week. But I'm kind of now I'm going to embarrass myself because I'm going to say that it wasn't someone that I already knew, so I wouldn't recognise him. And then he's never going to say we've met several times. But yeah, so maybe I did see you there. Sorry, but I wouldn't. I didn't know.
It's just jumped. Bloody hell. Nathan says Martha Clark is going to be a powerhouse of an actress. She's different to Cate Blanchett, but also capable of channeling her style of Galadriel. Some of the looks were awesome. I thought she was great.
I thought she was great.
I really like that character a
I thought
lot.
she was brilliant.
I like that character far more than I thought I would.
I thought there was an awful lot of nuance in her performance.
Yeah.
I thought she was great.
Mark says, I loved it. I was worried it wasn't going to be great. So relieved and happy. Middle-earth has always been my go-to escapism, and now I have a little bit more. Exactly my thoughts. Sean Clark says, I had a lump in my throat when I heard the Khazad-dûm theme and the doors opened to those magnificent halls, and it panned out. Utterly beautiful it was. Virginia says, the only thing I didn't like was the blood splatter hitting the screen.
I don't think I saw that.
I don't think I've seen it. I might see. I'll see it now on Sunday, won't I? Tom Spates says, "Was it just me, or did the Fell Beast look identical to Peter Jackson's one?" We were just talking about that. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be a Fell Beast or a dragon. It did look very much like a Fell Beast. It looks
like a Fell Beast. It should
very
be a
much
dragon,
like a Fell
and it also shouldn't be a Fell Beast. The Fell Beast weren't unleashed until the Third Age.
Sean says, I noticed that, and it stuck out to me as well, Harjinder. Philip von Lipsig says, I'm sorry, but the writing just isn't very good, and the visuals are very good. The orcs look great, but the Tolkien-y dialogue doesn't work for me like it did in the movies. Hope it will get better.
I think there is a lot of that. Again, I can't remember where I put this or something, but I think there's an awful lot of, like, people who don't like the script, and there are plenty of them, and the lines are saying, it's all pretentious and wordy and too earnest. It's like that's what a lot of Tolkien is, but people forgive it because it's Tolkien. And I wrote something. I would hate to write a script for one of these things where you have to write language that somehow fits in the world without being kind of written off as a kind of hack impersonator. And they have things like like Elrond saying, what am I to be if I put up my sword? And they're all going, what you have always been, my friend. And that's had a lot of a kick in. But it's like then you go into like Aragorn and Arwen going, I am dreaming, or where am I? You're awake. I am dreaming. Then it is a good dream.
Yeah.
So if that was in it, they'd kick the crap out of that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that stuff, and so I don't disagree with you, but I think it's a very, very fine line. But there's nothing. If you felt like that, that's how you feel. There's nothing wrong.
That's cool. Margaret Morris says, really enjoyed it. Where is it? Really enjoyed it. Got goosebumps from the prologue, and definitely had the feeling of Lord of the Rings. It was visually spectacular. Mark says, love seeing Sauron and love the sigil stroke map. Half feet, says Larry Miller. Hajinder says to Sean, yeah, it didn't fit the tone of the rest of the show. I think that's the blood splatters. I didn't notice them, but I will keep.
It's blood splatter at all.
Yeah. Scott says, I love the Harfoots when they set up their camp after the Hunters pass, like it was in the Fellowship, when you see all the hobbits setting up the party field and just being hobbits. It was brilliant. Yeah,
it reminded me of Concerning Hobbits, that bit. Yeah.
Enigma says, loved it, even as an Irish person who was a bit caught off guard by the over Irish accents. Yeah, well, they kept kind of going Irish and then into like Cornish, and then it was like it was quite hard to keep up with. Frederick said the thing with a lot of stuff being fan fiction is that at least feels like it's part of the world, and it feels like a real fictional world. Hobbits hiding from the big folk, etc. Is one of the key characteristics Tolkien actually mentions. And the way they depict it in the show actually works quite well. So even if it's not real Tolkien, it at least feels like they thought about what this world should look like.
Fair point.
Rob says, personally I enjoyed the Southland storyline because it was totally unexplored. It was a totally unexplored area and story that we have no idea how it will unfold.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jinder says the use of the map in the show is really good for newcomers to the lore. It's such a good feature, helps someone really grasp the world of Middle-earth.
And that was one of the things that helped me make it feel like Middle-earth.
Yeah.
Having the map, because I think maps are really important.
Yeah, I agree. Ashley says, I want to see this. They should have done this. Why didn't they show this? The difference is they're professional screenwriters who understand how to tell a story and you're not.
I agree.
It's true. Joe says, I thought I heard that after seeing the first 2 episodes, the Tolkien estate was so pleased with how it was going that they granted extra rights to stuff that directly impacts the events.
Well, possibly.
I think I vaguely remember reading something or hearing something like that myself, Joe. Frederick says, probably still prefer elves with long hair, but it works better than I thought it would. Maybe the King of the Living will be in it. That would be cool.
Do you know what? You know what the hair thing was for me, which I found quite interesting. That I'd said beforehand, it does, it does jar for me. Like I'm not going to pretend it doesn't. But the long hair, I've kind of grown up on it. And in the show, maybe because he's Elrond, and maybe because he'd been shown in advance, Elrond didn't bother me in the slightest. I thought his look, but I was surprised that almost all the elves then had short hair. Right, so like Galadriel's company at the start, you get short-haired elf there, and Finrod had short hair, so they're all going to have short hair. I was like, okay, so elves in this have short hair, and then what, of all things, bugs me is what about this bloke? Why does Gil-galad then stroll in with classic elf look? And I found that the most jarring thing. That like, if you're going to go short hair, go short hair.
Cut his hair. Why
give the High King of the bloody Noldor like long hair like next to him? And I think it was weird that having the elf that looked like how you normally see elves presented stood out more for me, even though he looks really cool.
None of that bothered me in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Frederick carries on. Might convert a local scout stroke vagabond mini for battle companies with antlers because lols. It would look cool. Cost you a lot of money though. You'd have to buy a lot of Forge World Thranduil's elk things to chop the antlers off.
Are there no cheaper antlers available?
The Felbeast stroke dragon thing is weird, says Frederick. Looks pretty much like the PJ Felbeast, but the eagle burns after being attacked as if it was a fire-breathing dragon. I want flying shipman, says Frederick.
Yeah, that really.
And you missed my wedding scene. It was great. It was good, really good. Not dwarves hating elves because of elves, but because being disappointed because his friend didn't bother to show up for 20 years or something.
Yeah, it's cool.
Larry says, what do you think of them reusing the name Nori?
Well, it's Eleanor, isn't it? Her name's Eleanor. I suppose it's mildly odd, but then
is it kind of a little nod, or is it just
there's a lot of crossover in names.
Coincidental.
Like, there was a different Minas Tirith in the first age. There was like you get other Denethors early on. I think Tolkien was quite he did quite a lot of it. Thrain, son of Thrain, son of Thorin, son of Thrain, Bard, son of Brand, son of Bard, son of Brand. I think it's all right. I think you're gonna get some crossover there.
Joe says to Frederick, I thought that was a really nice nod to the problems of immortals being friends with shorter living species.
Yeah, it was really good. It was a really interesting idea.
Yeah, because he was like, has it been that long?
Yeah, because it didn't matter to him.
It's like, it's been 5 minutes. And reusing the name Eleanor, says Joe to Larry. Taylor Sinstat's in.
Taylor Sinstat's?
Years, Taylor. Where have you been, my friend? It's been 20 years. We're going to fall out with you. You've not been to our weddings. Anyone else bugged that they use Nori as a name? All I can think of is the dwarf.
No, it's Tom Harrison's not in, and Taylor Sinstat is in. Just saying. There's a gag for the old crew in it.
Reuse 2 names of the same character, says Joe. Michael Curtis says, I think The Stranger is a wizard test run. It takes until the 3rd age to get the bugs out. I think he's Alfred, says Larry. And Michael Curtis says, I think it's a wizard, but not one we've ever seen before.
Maybe it's Tariel.
Tariel. Joe Holzman says, I think he's so obviously close to how people would expect Gandalf to look that it definitely won't be him.
Yeah, I agree. The glove.
Dark Lord Present says, Galadriel's character is so unlikable in Rings of Power. I disagree. I like it more than I thought would. I'm intrigued. I think she's doing a really good job. But like we said, it's not going to be for everyone. People are going to like different things and want different things.
I'm choking on chocolate and eating more chocolate.
Can I just say, Mr. Tom Wainwright must be one of the nicest people in the world, because even though You didn't recognise him. You got him wrong. You're now going to have to live with that for a long time and speak to this guy, probably daily.
The patron.
He's now a patron.
Wow.
Welcome to the
You
Patreon.
said I forgot him. I don't think I've met him.
No, come on, listen.
Yeah.
People have been in this position with you before.
Yeah, I know. I've probably met him.
You probably had him round for dinner.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. If you drop myself or Damien a message on Facebook, we'll be able to add you to the Patreon chat group, and you can get involved in all the Patreon stuff that happen in there. But yeah, welcome. Thank you, man. Thanks for the support. Nathan T says, I believe in fellowship. Someone, Gandalf maybe says even Sauron wasn't always evil. I believe in fellowship. Someone says even Sauron wasn't always evil. Do they?
I don't think so.
Are you thinking of Star Wars and Darth Vader?
He's a Maya spirit. But I don't think Sauron. I don't think anyone in the fellowship says that about Sauron.
I don't recall. I'm probably the last person who could, you know.
There's a line coming up in Rings of Power where they say like nothing's evil in the beginning. I wonder if you think of that. It's obviously possible I've forgotten something from Fellowship, but I don't recall anyone saying that about Sauron.
Dwalin says, my money's on Gandalf, already in with the hobbits.
It's just too.
Is it too obvious?
I think it's too obvious.
Is it too obvious though? That's the thing. Yeah. Is it
Man
too obvious?
in grey with grey beard likes hobbits. It can't be.
And even in the promo pic, it was so made to look like Gandalf with the hands and the grey clothes. Joe says, I always assumed the Astari arrived by boat, considering Gandalf and Saruman were greeted by Círdan when they arrived.
Yeah, they're sent from Valinor.
Yeah.
So I assumed boat. But
Michael Curtis says, Tulkas came into Middle Earth like a wrecking ball, so not quite a meteor.
Yeah, like he was like Miley Cyrus. It's Tulkas who gets Melkor, isn't it? First time. I think he captures Melkor, drags him away in chains, goes and beats up Melkor, and drags him back to Valinor. And they're like, "What are you doing? Stop it!" And he goes, "All right, I'll stop it." But spoilers, he doesn't stop it.
Oh, excuse me for yawning. Long day. Frederick says, do you think the trajectory of the meteor tells anything passing over London and landing north of Mordor in southern Rivanium? Did he come from Valinor, basically the Elf route in reverse?
I mean, if he crossed Linden, he's not coming from Valinor. Can you see that? I don't even know if that's on Zoom.
You can't see half of it, and it's blurry.
No, because Valinor's down here. Valinor's more level with, or the entrance to Valinor is more level with Mordor. But that I don't think you can read too much into that. I think it could still have come from Valinor.
Would work with him being a wizard, says Frederick. He also says, but yes, a dark twist with him killing the half-orcs would be very dramatic. I thought they arrived together, though, says Larry. The wizards. I haven't got a clue on that, so I couldn't comment.
I believe they arrived together, but again, I don't think that matters. It's one of those things where I think just because they arrived together in the book doesn't mean they would arrive together in the series.
Frederick says, will we see them forge the East Gate? Would be cool.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
He means the West Gate of Moria. Joel Hosman says, it could be the same entrance they used in the Fellowship. Pretty sure Gandalf mentions the pool not being there the last time they entered that way.
But did you mean the gate they go in by? The gate they go in by is the one with all the pretty ruins, isn't it? And that's not how they got in episode 2.
Don't know. Laurie says, would that make it a Celebrim door?
Hey!
Dwarvish Brad Pitt moment. What's in the box? Says Nathan.
What's in the box? Oh yeah, there you go. What's in the box? What do you reckon?
What's in the box? Don't know.
Mithril?
I don't know. I mean, it had a bit of a shine to it, didn't it?
Yeah, is it the start of them finding Mithril?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it must be. Max,
I think there's Mithril in the gate, in the West Gate of Moria.
Is there?
So if they haven't found it yet, they can't have made the West Gate of Moria. So seeing them make that gate would be epic.
But they have found it if it's in the box.
Yeah, they've just fact they've just found it recently.
Or maybe they might have found it before they built the gate and they just kept it secret.
Yeah, but there is mithril in that gate,
Yeah.
but in the Lord of the Rings.
Mm.
So the gate can only be made after they found mithril.
Yeah. Max, Knackname says, sorry if I mispronounced your second name, Max. I did generally like it. The new locations look beautiful. The actors nailed it, and I couldn't believe the score was made by the same guy who did the Walking Dead's music. Can't wait for the next. I'm on the same page. Rob says, Celebrimbor does build the doors of Durin in the books, and the Watcher Pool is also fairly recent in the Fellowship. Miniature Dwarf says, Meteor Man is obviously Farmer Maggot. Halbrand is Sauron, says Darklord Present.
Could be.
Yeah. Lost Twist, Sauron was the smoke monster, says Nathan. Josh Crosby says, I think the wolf is probably Sauron. He loves that form. Looks can be deceiving, says Nathan. And Lost Twist was whether a character was telling the truth or not. This feels more like the Who Shot Phil Mitchell sort of storyline. And he can't even take a horse. Sean Williams, the Water Drake was sneaky amazing, really cool.
Oh yeah, the worm, that was quite fun.
The worm. It's just jumped. It was a big old thing, wasn't it? What if the sword is Girth Angstroke? Is it Anglershell? Anglershell?
Yes. Is that the sword that kills Glaurung?
Has that got anything to do? Because it's got Sauron's
sword.
It's got Sauron's mark on it, hasn't it?
Yep.
That's the thing that's. Why would it have that on it? I mean, it could just be something made up.
I don't think there is any Sauron's mark in the book, so that's you can all your speculation on that is brand new.
Tom Turtle says so powerful when it panned up from Galadriel and Finrod to the city with that swelling music and the voiceover really invoked the spiritual mythic first age vibe. That's so hard to capture on screen.
Yep.
Ajinder says Meteor Man is Tom Bombadil, fingers crossed.
It could be.
Could be.
I don't hate it.
Nathan T, I can't remember exactly, but wasn't there some discussion about the change in shape of Lothlorien in the maps released for Rings of Power versus Lord of the Rings? Was there mass destruction or something?
I don't think so in between those two ages. I think Lorien's pretty stable.
Nathan T then says, back to Lost, is Ben Grima the mouth of Sauron? Oh, God's sake. The guy in that other Middle Earth game group, says Larry Miller. What does that mean?
I don't know what that means. Classic Larry.
Let us know, Larry. Austin says, we have yet another 6 to 7 years of Rings of Power hype. Can't wait for a complete box set. That's going to be the fun bit, isn't it? When we get to the end and you can just book a day off work and buy snacks, just sit there all day in your underpants and watch it.
It'll be about 40 hours, right? It's more than a day.
Yeah, that's true. A week. I'll take a week off. Tom Turtle, the bit where Elrond is introduced felt like coming home. Pitch perfect casting and beautiful, joyful theme music. Just felt so warm and so Middle Earth.
How did you find Elrond? Because I think Elrond's... Oh, sorry, are you still mid-comment?
No, go on.
Elrond seems to have been the most divisive. He's the one that I've seen most people say, I didn't like Elrond, but then I've seen lots of people then say, I did like Elrond.
Yeah, I thought it was all right. Totally different to the Elrond we all know and love, but he's very young compared to that Elrond, isn't he? And less wise and has been through a lot less. So probably a bit more of a naive Elrond. I think it's believable still.
Yeah, I think he sort of suffers the most from that thing I was saying about the dialogue. He has to do the very kind of almost RP, weighty, earnest exposition chat. And he, if you think he's doing it well, it'll be brilliant. If you think he's doing it badly, it'll be cringeworthy. Yeah. I thought it was good. I liked him.
Yeah.
Just missed out on him at the premiere. Didn't quite get him. It was very close.
Joe says it was when she killed the ice troll. Yeah, she kicked his ass. Nathan T says, the question nobody seems to be asking is where were the gratuitous sex scenes and boobs? It's almost as if that was a non-issue.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of episodes yet to come to have sex scenes and boobs.
Yeah.
But wasn't that just about? It was about nudity, wasn't it? Or the idea that you might have like elves frolicking or dwarves being born. Who knows?
Jolsman says, weren't the fell beasts bred from an ancient creature Sauron found and reared from a youngling?
Yeah, he says something like they were raised, they were hatched in Mordor and raised on fell meats or something. But they definitely weren't used before the Third Age. No one knew what they were before the kind of War of the Ring.
Mark says the symbol Sauron is leaving behind is a map for the orcs to follow, right? That's what they're kind of hinting at, wasn't it? That's what
she said. I don't kind of get it. I'll tell you what, I mean, maybe the orcs know better than us, but we got pin badges. I don't think mine's here. They gave out at the premiere. They were handing out pin badges, and me and the guy behind me got the mark of Sauron. And we both put it on, and we looked at each other, and we'd put it on upside down. And we were like, well, one of us is going to look foolish. So if one of us was an orc, we'd be going the wrong way.
Carl says, I like how the map is shown from a different angle to what we are used to. It makes it feel new. Mm-hmm. And Nathan says, Gilgalad was a trendsetter. Just wait on Círdan's beard. Michael Curtis says, I'm okay with most of the elves, but Celebrimbor looks like he's in middle management. Taylor says, about the length of elf hair, I think it is because he is old. Most of the elves that we saw the group that went north and Elrond, they are supposed to be younger, ?
So they like the opposite of us, do you reckon?
Maybe their hair, yeah, because they live longer, their hair grows really slow.
Because we do the thing.
They can swim really far, but the hair grows really slow.
We have the stupid haircuts when we're young and then cut them short, whereas the elves go the other way. You just mentioned that. Shall we discuss the massive swimming track in the room?
Yeah, so I watched that last night with my wife. She's never watched any Middle Earth stuff. She doesn't. To her, an elf is like Peter Pan or something like that. She's not.
Okay.
So when it happened, she said, "What?" And she's just going to swim back across the sea. I was like, "She's an elf." So
what she thought it was ridiculous.
Yeah. It didn't bother me. It's Middle Earth. It's elves. They're not human. So
it's a long way.
They can swim far. Great. Like whatever.
It was like. I mean, again, I don't mind. Like, I'm happy to pick holes in this because I loved it. I pick holes in Jurassic Park all the time. And I think there's nothing wrong with picking holes in so if you love it, if you do it, in good spirit. It was one of the points where I went, What's your plan?
It would take a long time.
I think it's about 3,000 miles. Rough, like it's so hard to tell. All the maps and everything are bent because at that point the world's curved. But I think from where they would go, from the kind of Lonely Isle and the entry into Valinor to the Grey Havens in Lindon, I think it's about 3,000 miles.
Just the 3,000.
Just the 3,000. Now, for some context, I don't know what's 3,000 miles away. I like the Channel. I think at the narrowest point the Channel's 20 miles. Right, people swim that.
Yeah,
and that's an achievement.
And they're human.
Yeah, right. But when you swim, I couldn't swim the Channel, right? You don't swim the Channel lightly, right? Yeah. That's 20 miles. It isn't. I think like the east coast of America is about 3,000 miles away. So like, it might, who knows? Maybe that gets us into the middle of America, or so maybe it dumps us in the Atlantic. But I think we're in that kind of area.
Yeah.
I think she's swimming from London to America. It's a long way.
It is a long way. But
yeah,
I mean, you could argue the toss either way. I tend to agree. It's a long way and feels a little bit. But at the same time, if she goes through that bright gate, yeah, that's it. There's no coming back.
Yeah, certainly in this weird Middle Earth where you get sent to Valinor like prison if
Yeah. If you got
Gil-galad doesn't like you. I love the idea that Gil-galad's got a list of elves he hates.
Yeah.
So right, you can piss off back to the Undying. Off you go.
But it's like the desperation of, it's going to take me 2 months to swim back, or
Do you think it would take you 2 months to swim to America?
I don't know.
I think you'd die.
Yeah, but I'm not an elf.
You're not an elf. Yeah, because that's it. Are they superhuman?
That's the thing.
She's an Eldor. She is a superhuman.
Has Tolkien ever said,
No, your event hasn't commented on that.
has he ever said elves are really good swimmers, or they're
Well,
not very good swimmers?
I don't think he ever specified the swimmer, but the Eldors are superhuman. Certainly. But
so that's I mean, I suppose that's your argument, then, isn't it?
she's
it's far fetched. It's far fetched.
She's obviously going to end up at Numenor, right? That's where they're going now. And Numenor's in the middle. So the second thing is her plan is, and it's clearly not her plan.
I don't think it was a plan though, because it was like a snap
back
decision.
To Middle Earth, right? She's going back to Middle Earth. She's not going
it was
to
a snap decision as well. I don't think there was a plan. It was like, if I go through that now, that's it. I need to get off this boat.
And get off it earlier, I reckon.
Yeah. So someone will float up.
Your odds of being rescued, they're not good, right? They're not good.
Maybe it worked out all right for her.
Let's hope a mysterious, fair-faced stranger doesn't appear on a boat and rescue me and take me to Numenor.
Kill the rest of his crew and save me. Yeah. Who knows? What do you know? What do you guys think? Let us know in the chat. Could you swim?
It's a very long way.
Yeah.
Very, very long way.
Joe Holzman says Tolkien reused the name Legolas.
Yeah, but I think he wipes the first Legolas out, doesn't he? Doesn't he use? I think he uses Legolas in a draft, but it's not. Legolas isn't in the Silmarillion, I believe. I think.
Frederick says went back to Amazon, and the first time we see the Southland. Went back to Amazon, and the first time we see the Southlands on a map, it's pretty much where Khand is in the Third Age, or maybe between Khand, Rhûn, and Nunn. I've got terrible burps tonight. Ryan Cuthbert says, I'm not sold with Celebrimbor's look. I really think they should have casted someone younger and given him longer hair, but his acting seems spot on so far. Carl says, I can't say anything in the show so far that gives anyone reason to hate it and slag it off. I mean, they had reason to hate it and slag it off before they'd even seen it, Carl. So there will always be things we would like to see stroke change. Yes, because I think when you love something, you have this vision of what it is in your head, and your best friend could love the same thing and their vision is slightly different. And some people, when they don't get what they want, they get angry about it and shout, and then other people it's like, oh, okay, I understand that their version is slightly different to my version. I'm just going to enjoy it anyway. So, yeah. Ryan Cuthbert says, I'm not sold... done that one, Anna. What if Meteor Man is a drunk Eru who crashed his spaceship, or drunk... I can't even pronounce these Elvish words. Erendil.
Erendil, yeah. That's Flying Ship Man.
Yeah.
It could be. That'd be awesome. Drunk Erendil crashes his ship.
Joe Holzman, you probably had dinner with him in a beefeater.
Probably last week. It wasn't Tom at all. It was a different Tom.
And Taylor says the Tom gag is now like 4 years old. Time flies.
More than that.
We lost 2 of them years, didn't we? We lost them. It's in the book, says Sean Williams. What's in the book? What's in the book?
It could be anything.
It's in the book.
What's in the book? What's in the book?
Not the biggest fan of him being Gandalf, but him being found by halflings would explain his later connection to the Hobbit, says Frederick. Tom Turtle says, big fan of the short hair myself. Really helps soften the elves and make them a bit more relatable and grounded while still ethereal. It's jumped. Sorry, mate. Let me get back to your comment. Bloody hell. Who commented before Tom? Frederick. Also would beep kill for a fade and fresh as fin rods. Jesus. Taylor says, quote from online.
What was that about Finrod?
About his haircut and his fade.
Oh, right.
Taylor says, quote from online, no, he wasn't evil at first, but he was one of the first who turned evil. Similarly, Sauron is described as a Maya of Ole the Smith, named Mairon the Admirable.
That's not in Fellowship, though, is it?
He wasn't as powerful as Valar, but was one of the most powerful Maiar.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Austin says, who's to say there was only one meteor? We assume it's the same, but could be two different ones.
Oh, I like that. That's good. Yeah, that's the sort of thing I was thinking. That's in the kind of messing with your timeline.
Yeah,
that'd be fun.
Who knows?
Oh, I like that.
Agenda says, and that is the other reason why the ring should be destroyed. As long as it's in the world, it will be a danger, even to the wise, for nothing is evil in the beginning. Even Sauron was not so. Elrond, says Agenda.
I thought you were talking about the film. If that's a line in the book, then fair enough. I apologise.
Had a quick Google. For nothing is evil in the beginning. Even Sauron was not so. Elrond at the council. Perhaps Sauron came in nice, but something tragic will happen to Nori, and he'll snap, says Nathan.
I think this is going to happen a lot because people on the other side of this have Google. I was firmly in film mode there, so I can only apologise.
Joe Holzman says it could be the same entrance, but after working with the dwarves, Celebrimbor blings it up.
Yeah, definitely.
Michael Curtis, the guys from Pulp Fiction are going to turn up looking for that box. Tom Spate, I get the feeling we as an audience aren't supposed to like Galadriel, a great warrior but impulsive and not the best leader, giving room to grow throughout the series, a bit like Ashoka. I just think it's that. I think, Tom, it's that thing with Galadriel. We have the Galadriel, the Cate Blanchett Galadriel from the movies, and she's this one thing. She's this, until Battle of Five Armies, where she just kicks ass. She's kind of very just regal, just very elegant, and then we're getting this Galadriel who is, doesn't mind getting a bit mucky and getting stuck in and just jumping around. I don't mind it. Like I say, it's a younger Galadriel.
I don't see anything at any point in the books that ever says she wouldn't be able to do that. There's no like. I'm going to measure this. Like, I have no doubt that Tolkien was picturing elves as armies of men. I think that's a fairly reasonable statement. But equally, there's nothing in it. There's nothing in any of his books where I can see that it's like all the elves are men and all the all the warriors are men and all the women stay at home. I don't really see that. So when you have armies of elves, I think it's perfectly within the world of Tolkien to suggest that women would go to war, and I have no issue with Galadriel being, a decent fighter. Right?
And this is a 2022 take on it, so they're gonna put things. Women are going to be of equal standing with men and be able to do the things that men can do. Like, you just got to accept that, regardless of how, stuck in the ways or how much you want it to be. Of the sort of the way that Tolkien wrote these at the time that he wrote it and the way the world was, it's not like that now. And yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm tired and waffling.
I think it's a fair point.
James says, I like the stone breaking scene. The non-verbal communication between Elrond and Durin showed the depth of their friendship, even if a bit rocky. Thought it was a nice touch. I liked everything about the scenes with Elrond and Durin. I thought they were great. Larry says Galadriel is Sauron. I was explaining my comment about him, knowing you guys don't stay on topic.
You started explaining.
Oh, the guy in the other Middle Earth group. Right, okay.
Right.
I had to scroll back then, Larry, because you were explaining what your last comment did, because I didn't understand
classic
it.
Miller explaining his comments and not making sense.
Joe says, Gurthang is Turin's sword. In early notes, Tolkien wrote Turin would plunge it into Morgoth's heart during the Dagor Dagorlad. The symbol could be related to Morgoth, not Sauron.
Yeah, it could be.
Austin says, I feel like the Balrog tease in the teaser trailer is going to cause Mount Doom to explode. We see Galadriel covered in ash.
No, he's wrecking Moria, surely. Balrog, that's what happens. They dug
too deep.
They unleashed the Balrog. It must be in season 1 because he's in the trailer. I think that might be final episode stuff.
Yeah.
Fall of Khazad-dûm and all I feel sad.
That'd be class. Max says, is that during the same Durin that was slain by the Balrog, or are we still some generations off there?
It's during the third gets the ring, which is the king. The king gets the ring, and then his son, who is Elrond's mate, inherits the ring. And I think it's during the reign of the king that they wake the Balrog up.
Carl says, I didn't like Elrond pre-show. I felt he looked too young, but now I'm pretty sure they cast the right person. I also felt the same of Galadriel. Nathan C says, the Elrond shift of actor is nothing compared to the shift for Agent Smith on The Matrix. I'm liking Elrond so far, says Larry. I was worried about him as he's one of my favourite characters, but I think he works well as a younger, less experienced version. Should have had antlers strapped to his back. Do you think we could see Thranduil in this, says Reese?
He's around.
Yeah.
He's around in the age. It's whether they need to cast another elf hero to help the story, I suppose.
Who knows, man? Who knows? I think we've seen a lot in the first 2 episodes of what has been teased in the last few months.
Yeah.
I think we've seen a lot of that. So
all that ice stuff was over in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I expected that to be like a bigger scene.
Again, that's the crazy part of me was like, I thought that was going to be the Noldor crossing the Helcarax, and it was just Galadriel pottering around looking for Sauron. Your expectations, like you jump, you see a visual and you jump straight into all the lore. It's like, what could that possibly be? When it's probably far more likely to be nothing whatsoever that you thought. It's just something that's helping the story.
Todd Turtle says, almost less believable that the elves were standing up in full plate the whole way than Galadriel swimming back. I assume she was planning to swim to Numenor rather than all the way back, though.
That isn't new, maybe, but isn't Numenor like it's closer to Numenor? Must be about Numenor must be 1,000 miles away. Must be.
It's less than 3,000.
It is less than 3,000.
Nathan C says, Galadriel, what do your elf?
Swimming costumes.
I see. He's splitting off 2 things. Land is just over there. I can see their hair. Larry says she also decided to swim it in a dress. Frederick says, found one map where the future Gondor is part of the Southlands. The maps are not 100% the same all the time. The names appear in different places as the camera moves.
I didn't quite follow what he meant by that.
Do you mean every time they appear, the different times they appear on screen, the names of the places are in a slightly different place? Nathan says, depends on the swimming stroke, right? Also, how was she able to be certain she was always swimming in the same direction?
God, imagine if she ended up at Valinor after swimming 3,000 miles. That'd piss you right off, wouldn't it?
Taylor says, us to UK. Us to UK.
Yeah, there you go. DC. I think he's saying it's 3,000 miles.
Oh, right.
Good old Google. Can you put that into Google Maps, like London to DC, and it just recommends swim?
Frederick says, if we take the different maps together, then the Southlands is Gondor, Strokhorundr, near Harad, Nirn, Card, Southern Ruin.
I'm sure it's the Eastern Mordor.
I don't know. Check it out.
I'm sure it is.
Michael Curtis says, I actually wondered if the swim and sea monster was a nod to Beowulf, which would be fitting for Tolkien.
It's possible.
Sean says, as funny as the concept is, I think it acts as a perfect representation of how important her mission is to her, and that she felt she'd rather swim back from America. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's far-fetched, but the way I justified it within 3 seconds in my head. She's an elf. She could probably swim far, and it was more of a decision of, I don't think the thought went into it, I've got to swim 3,000 miles back. I think it was, I don't want to go in there yet. I've got shit to do.
It's the Batman thing, isn't it? How does he get back? All right, he gets out of the prison. I get that. How does he get back onto Gotham? He's Batman. All right. How does he get back across the world without any money? He's Batman. All
right. Do we think years from now, Rings of Power is done? We could see a Lord of the Rings TV show with Rings of Power actors, Elrond and Galadriel reprising their roles.
I hoped. I've been saying this for years, and it is literally years that. But I didn't. I don't. I think now that we know a bit more than when I was making this speculation. But when they said it was going to be 5 seasons, I was kind of thinking, is seasons 4 and 5 going to be the Lord of the Rings? And I don't think it is now. I think it is 5 seasons of the second age. But if it's a success, I'll be well up for that.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. I mean, and it could go either way. They could look at the Peter Jackson's movies and think that there's no point. They could do, or it could be by the time this has run its course. What are we in the region of? 20, 30 years?
Yeah, best part of that, particularly in terms of like once they've, in terms of when they'd be able to get it out.
So there's been remakes of films less than 30 years old.
Oh, yeah. I would have had another 7 new Spider-Man by then.
Yeah.
But I think I would be far more excited in a TV show of Lord of the Rings than I would be in another film. Because I think, I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think PJ's Lord of the Rings is about as good an adaptation of Lord of the Rings as you'll ever get. Whereas
in film,
TV, whereas TV just has such completely different demands. And a series of Fellowship and a series of Two Towers, where you really had the time for everything to fully breathe, would just be, I'd be all over that.
With a $1 billion budget.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I thought Rob Arameo's performance as Elrond is A+. Real tough boots to fill. I think he's managing to capture the Elrond I know whilst making it uniquely his own. Multiple meteors could be messing with the timeline or messing with the geography or both, says Frederick.
Could be the multiverse.
2 simultaneous meteors could be the Blue Wizards.
Yeah.
Larry says, hopefully Celebrimbor doesn't do a Steve and order the wrong door. Didn't order the wrong door. Nathan T says, the idea of Galadriel being less perfect is great. It would explain the Lord of the Rings era legends about an evil witch in the Golden Wood.
Oh, that's a cool point.
Frederick says, at 53 minutes and 48 seconds, episode 1, we see the Southlands, which is a much larger region, including future Gondor. Steve, go check out the whip thread. Well, we're going to come to the whip thread, Reese, if you hang around. It's getting on to 1:45, so I'm going to get to the bottom of this chat, and then we can dive in the whip thread and have a look at what you're all working on. Joe says, wrong Jorin for that Balrog, isn't it? Question mark. And Larry says, I think that was the 7th. I'm not sure what that is. Tom Turtle says, exactly, Steve.
He's talking about the Durin that just over the barrel.
Tom Turtle says, exactly, Steve. If Tolkien was writing today, it would be male and female elves alike. Also, I swear in the Galadriel deep dive on this very stream, Damien dug up some stuff about Galadriel's athleticism.
No, I don't.
Isn't it during the 6th who was killed by the Balrog, says Joe?
It could be again. I'm going from memory here.
All
you people, I'm not accusing you of anything here, but all you people are sitting at computers and you have Google. I've just got my mind here. I don't know.
Damien's got me. He's at a disadvantage.
And Steve says,
I'm like, I don't know.
Steve will inadvertently go, how far away from Middle Earth is Valinor? And I'll be like, 3,000 miles back.
I think we should see Thranduil in a later season, says Larry. And they should add Orlando Bloom as Legolas, but give him a way more screen time than he probably should have.
Can you imagine?
Joe Osmond says, during the 7th is Thorin Stonehelm's son, so there were supposed to be 7 Durins eventually. 6 then, I think, says Larry. The one before, during the last. Tom Turtle says, can we bank on a big reincarnated Glorfindel entrance in Season 2? He arrives same year as the One Ring is forged, so fairly soon, I guess. Maybe arrives in the nick of time at some battle or something. That would be cool. Joe says they could use the same actors for the first age and de-age them. And Tom Turtle also says the Watch Warden is such a the Watch Warden is such a Tory. Laugh my ass off. The view from that watchtower, though, oh my god, almost gave me vertigo.
That's Marcus Crassus. I'm so excited.
Sean Williams says, if this series is successful, I would like to see the story of the Silmarils. Who knows? Jill says
that's a big story though. It's not like one tale.
Lot of singing.
Condense it though.
Jill says, as soon as she didn't sing along with the rest of them, it was clear her future was back in Middle Earth. Swimming didn't even come into this decision. I agree, but I also think if she would have went away, that would have made the initial storylines a little bit shit.
I'm glad it was done.
And kind of written off Lord of the Rings and Hobbit and everything. Josman says, if they're chucking silly money at it, they may as well do something new. Tom Turtle says, well up for a Lord of the Rings remake, couple of seasons per book, maybe even set up a series before the start of the Fellowship, exploring Aragorn as a ranger, Saruman's fall, Gondor's struggle against Mordor, etc. And Jill says, there's an entire generation of adults who have grown up with Lord of the Rings. Most people don't go back and watch the old films if they didn't grow up on them. I'd love to see... Don't go back and watch the old films if they didn't grow up on them. I'd love to see a TV adaptation.
That'd be great.
Nearly there. Damien only has his mind as if he's not currently streaming on the internet.
Yeah, well, I think when you start hearing me tap, what was the name of Turing stored? From memory, it was. I think it's pretty clear as of when I'm running screaming to the internet.
Nathan C. Am I right in thinking John Rhys Davies was the only original actor at the premiere? I'm sure any of the big names could get an invite if they'd asked, but I assume most of them would actively avoid it.
He was the only one I saw, the only one I know of being there. But I believe John Rhys Davies will turn up to the opening of a stamp. So
yes,
that might be why.
Ajinder says, instead of Lord of the Rings TV show, I'd love to see the fall of Arnor and the rise of Angmar. Cool. Jill says, George R.R. Martin would absolutely have her jump off the boat and get killed swimming back.
yeah, exactly.
Larry says, going back to the premiere, how awkward would it be to a cast member who isn't in the first two episodes at the premiere?
Yeah, well, there was loads of them. All the Numenor guys were there.
Mm.
And Eminem was there. So, all the people, I love this so much. All the people who got up in arms about in the trailer where you see that character with the shaved head, and they all picked an actor.
Sauron.
Yeah, and they said Sauron looks crap, and they slammed into this actor, and I can't remember his name. It's not him. It's a girl.
Yeah, it's a lady. Yeah,
it's Birdie. Is it Bridie? Bridie Sisson, I think her name is. It's a girl, and so all that crazy hate about they don't know it's Sauron, and it's a different person.
No.
You bloody lunatics. But I really went. I found it more likely. I don't think it's Sauron because I don't think they'd show it in the trailer. But I found it more likely it was Sauron when I found out it was a girl, because I was then like, oh, she, Sauron appears fair. What's fair? What's fairer than a lady?
Lady.
There's no reason he couldn't appear in female form, and I think that would be. I don't want to go down. I think it would be a good idea. I don't want to go down the line of sort of identity politics and say, "Oh, let's get a woman into it." But there's no reason he couldn't appear as a woman to kind of sway people. Yeah, it just made me laugh.
I don't think that's Sauron. I think she's a minion of Sauron.
I think she's going to come from like Rune or something and be like the herald of Sauron or something, or like a cult leader.
Sauron, like priest leader at the time. Yeah. Rob says, "Good night, guys. As always, love catching you guys live. Thanks for joining us, Rob. It's great to have you, mate."
Thanks, dude.
Aaron says, "Moria is not destroyed by the Balrog until Third Age, according to the Shadow and Flame sourcebook." And yes, Durin the Sixth was killed by the discovery and release of the Balrog of Morgoth. 1980. Nathan T says maybe the Tolkien purists are worried about Amazon reconnecting the entire story and killing Galadriel early. Unlikely. There's just angry people out there just angry about a lot of stuff, and that's not aimed at the people, at all the people who disliked it. That's just aimed at the angry people. There are people who disliked it who can have a real conversation with you about why they disliked it, and that's fine. It's the ones who are like, I dislike it, and you should dislike it as well because X, Y, Z, and what you like about it, you're wrong.
Do you know what? If you just put, there's no point even talking about the bigotry or the racism because those people are stupid. But the one that I really don't like is when people say I don't like it because I like Tolkien or because I like Tolkien's work. It's that kind of, there's a slight elitism there that if you like Tolkien's works, you can't like that. And I'm like, I got one of those on the vlog. The other one that said it was I can't remember what the name was, because she just put boycott Rings of Power. This is obviously before she's seen it. Yeah. And rather than, again, I got some nice comments on that, sort of saying, having a go at it, and I just wrote back to her. I was like, why? I enjoyed it. And she said Tolkien's work's really important to me. I said Tolkien's work's really important to me. But you might like, and I was just overly nice to the troll. I just said, look, it might surprise you. Hopefully you'll find something you like. But if you don't, the books are still there. They're fine. I hope you enjoy it. And she didn't reply. I think she was like, no, you're meant to
She's like, damn it!
Yeah, you're meant to be angry with me or whatever. It's like, just
I've come here for an argument.
Yeah, like boycott it. Why would you boycott it? Like, watch it, see if you like it. If you don't, boycott it. Try and get people on your side to stop watching. What? Shut up. Off you go.
Michael Curtis says the shaved head woman is the ear of Sauron.
The buzz cut of Sauron would be cool.
Right, I'm ready to jump in. Facebook, mate.
Well, do you know what's amazing, Steve?
You just finished a colour.
No, I've got one colour left to do, and Gilgalad will be finished.
Yeah.
Which was my sort of dream for the evening. So do you mind if I just do this?
I mean, I've got a choice.
It's just, no, you might as well act like you're into it.
This guy, people are seeing the real side to Damien O'Byrne now. Seeing the real side.
What is that? The painter side? What are we?
Listen. Like you lot can all wait for me. I went to the premiere. Yeah. You didn't.
Yeah. If I'm ever going to be insufferable, it's going to be about
this. So Max Naknami says, "How dare you use logic? That's outrageous. It's unfair." And Jill says, "Kill them with kindness."
Yeah, I quite like that approach.
Taylor says, "We could keep chatting here." Yes, keep chatting. Keep your comments coming in. While Damien's finishing his model. The progress that I've managed to do tonight is finish my beer. I'm out of beer, which is shocking. Ugh.
But you've helped me. I mean, I had like,
yeah, I feel partly responsible for Gilgalad getting painted tonight.
It's awesome. This is BSIME all over.
Mm-hmm. Joe says to Sean, they did have the foot of Sauron in Return of the King. They changed it into a troll chieftain in editing. This is true.
That was Sauron. That was full on Sauron originally.
Sean Williams says this show isn't Tolkien crowd is amusing, as if the Tolkien estate wasn't directly involved with the production.
Some of the the many comments. I think one that I did get involved with said, someone said there was an intro to it, and he said, well, it's a Tolkien show, and he said, is it really a Tolkien show though? Like, yeah. Yeah, well, whether you think it's a very good one or not, I'm pretty sure Lyndon and Elrond and Galadriel, I think they come from Tolkien. I don't.
Nathan C says, now Damien's on Amazon's payroll. He's changed.
Oh yeah, I'm such a shill. Not waiting to retire on all this money.
To be fair, Steve, this week has proven who the real influencer is on the stream. Yeah, as
Is it you? Are you there?
Nathan says to Jill, Bowling for Soup wrote a song about that. Sean is laughing at Joe Holzman. Joe Holzman says, it was the foot of Sauron. He stepped on Aragorn. And then Nathan says, I finished The Witch King and Lingering Shadow tonight, plus made progress on some Warriors of Minas Tirith and some other named heroes. It's been a productive evening. Catch up, Damien. You didn't say catch up, Damien, by the way. I did.
I would have believed it. You could have left it.
I've just seen in the Patreon chat, because my eye was instinctively drawn to it because it's a football photograph, and Carl has found himself on one of the camera shots. Match of the day and screenshotted it.
You've arrived,
well done, Carl. Well done. There we go. How are you getting on?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I've done his done the first armor plate. There's only 24 to go. No, I've done all his chest armor, and I've done his arms now. So I think it's just his crown and his what's that sword? What's that lance thing called? Aeglos.
Aeglos.
I hate this bit because this isn't how I normally paint. I've never been one to finish with a wash. I've always like highlighted up from washes, and so the way this is just classic BSIME. I'm following the guide in the magazine. And for the armor, it was paint it green, which I always think is a kind of weird, cool start for the elves. Paint it green, then highlight it with. I went for a Retributor armor, which was shining gold back in the day. So you highlight it with 1 gold, then highlight it with a mix of gold and silver.
Yeah.
Which I did Liberator gold. Then highlight it with silver.
Edge highlight.
Yeah, so that was like a base coat and 3 highlights. And I was like, this is looking pretty good. And then it went, now wash it with green and black ink. And I was like, what? I don't want to do that. It's gonna go all dark. But I've gone really, really light and just sort of just into the recesses. And I think it looks quite nice.
Yeah. What was that with black?
It's a mix of black and green. I went with PL10 green and Null Oil.
I used to always, or I say used to. I'm speaking about in the past tense, like I don't paint anymore, which I probably don't really. But I've got an old Null Oil that I was half finished with, and then just topped it up with the Lamin medium. So it's like a watered down version of Null Oil, which I use. I think I mentioned it in one of the painting guides that I did. I prefer to use that and do a couple of layers of that than like just pure Null Oil.
For what?
For any shading that I'd use Null Oil rather than using Null Oil.
Right, rather than it being pure.
Yeah, I'd rather do a couple of coats. You got more control in it. Aaron says, yeah, Steve, with all his 20 YouTube channels, he's not the real influencer. It's not 20, it's at least 18. I finished no painting, Steve. I'm with you, says Taylor. Yeah, man. This is how we roll. Saturday night, sit here, drink, talk crap. Max says, not really on topic here, but what's the best way to get info about the SBG fanzine, especially if there are still printed versions of older issues left? It's funny you should ask that, because one of the creators
you wouldn't
of
believe
said
who we've got in
fanzine,
tonight.
it's this guy.
Is that Max Malice?
No, Max. I'm gonna butcher it.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, is that one of our
Nashnam.
patrons suddenly going, how do I get your magazine? Where have you been? You can drop us an email on svgmagazine@gmail.com. And I'm delighted to say we do have all of the old ones in.
All the back issues.
Tom, I believe, is just gone away for a week to the lakes. I'm not sure if he does all the emailing, so I'm not sure if he'll be sort of in touch quick. But if you drop us an email on that, sbgmagazine@gmail.com, we'll get you all the info. And thanks for the interest.
There you go.
There you go.
And Max tells me Nash name is just German for last name. Nice. Joe Holzman at Max Nash name, now sponsored by Jeff Bezos.
SBG magazine now, it's got that in association with it. The next issue is going to have Amazon.
SBG. No, it won't work. You know, you think something quick in your head and it works, and you got to say, and you go, no, that won't work.
Was it not? Was it nearly so funny?
It was nearly awesome. Yeah.
Was it nearly perfect?
Max says even the Tariel special edition.
Oh no, the Tariel special edition is gone. That's sold out, and we're not redoing that now.
Larry says, be sure to include the secret phrase, how do I pay? Get rid of that. Right. Nice, thanks. I think I'm missing like 3 or so. Got up until 7 or 8, I think.
Well, we've just released 12.
Is he missing 5?
We would be very happy to complete the collection.
My screen's gone.
At least it's not your eyes.
No, it's not. It's not gone. It's gone.
Well, I haven't taken a photo of him, so it's one of those things where inevitably he'll probably look crap as soon as you take a photo of him. But I think my Gilgalad's finished.
Nice.
How mega is that?
Glad to have been of help. What the hell's this? Oh, right, okay. Right, get rid of that. I'm trying to get... Why is it not coming up?
Coming up, so you better get this party started. Shamoo!
Hold on, split screen. I just need to check this works before I do it. Nope.
Good job you checked. No.
Hang on. Let me try again.
No.
Is it that
No,
one?
you crazy
yeah,
dead bastard.
woo! Smashed it live on air.
So what have you smashed? That you've got it working.
Got it working, yeah.
You've got the one thing that we need.
Yeah. Right, so if I refresh that and go down to the whip thread. I really like the thumbnail. It's got like the new Amazon orc head on it. Looks cool.
I thought that was a picture of you. Is that an orc?
It's so funny. It's so funny.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you'd done that. That's cool. Thanks for getting that. I thought.
I'll just catch up on his last few comments and then we'll jump
why
into
is
Facebook.
Why is he putting pictures of himself on a thumbnail? It's weird.
This guy. Aaron says, based on the first impressions, do we think GW will want to jump on board and produce some form of game for Rings of Power? I'd love to see Moria Galadriel and Wandering Elves like Alonde and Antler people.
I'm going to say something crazy. I don't think anything about the quality of it would affect their decision. Does that make some sort of sense? I don't think in any way they will have been waiting to see how good it is before making the decision. I think they would have had to take that punt long in advance. And
I think conversations have been had and the decision's already been made, be it whether there will be or there won't be. I think the decision's been made by now. Yeah, fingers crossed it will. Max says, nice, thanks. I think I've done that one. Is 12 still available to the public now? I'm not on Facebook much now, says Joe.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you can order it now with Tom's sending out the single issues. So yeah.
Larry says, I'd love a scenario where Galadriel has to take swim tests every turn as she goes halfway across the boat.
Imagine the narrative scenario. Feel like that. All you need is Galadriel. Your board will need to be 700 foot long by 12 inches wide.
And you can only go in one direction.
Yeah.
Max says, just in time for the Character Series Forge World version. That'll be hilarious, says Aaron to Larry. Just cut up a Lake Town outhouse to make an iron shield for my dwarf battle company. I've just cut up a Lake Town house to make an iron shield for my dwarf battle company. Nathan T says, I don't need W profiles, but I do want the sculpts of everything we saw. Right, okay. I'm gonna jump into Facebook mode. Boop, boop, boop. Have you got your list making?
Yeah, I'm just checking
gadget,
email.
Otherwise known as a iPhone.
Oh.
Let me sort these images out. Sorry, I'm doing this live, folks, but I was quite unprepared. There we go. Let's put me central. I'll just put Damien central because he's off to left. Nobody wants that.
Hey, do you want some exciting news?
Nobody puts Damien in a corner.
Oh, thanks, babe. Someone has requested to verify a device for our Patreon account.
Oh.
That's exciting, isn't
it? Right. Have you got your thing?
No, I'm mainly panicking about someone trying to hack our Patreon account at the moment.
Oh, someone's trying to get into the Patreon?
Well, I don't think they're doing it out of good faith.
I thought you meant someone was joining the Patreon.
They're trying to join it by going in the back way.
Yeah.
28th of August. Was this you?
It's probably me.
Right.
Probably me, yeah. I'm into the. By the way, that was the thing I meant to tell you, but I've not seen you. I got into the emails on my phone. So I'm into the emails. I just couldn't get into anything else.
Just imagine us changing all the passwords.
We do need to do that. We do need to
You
do
go,
that.
yeah, that was me.
We do.
Oh my God, we nipped that one in the bud.
We won't
Right,
be unheard of.
okay. Now I'm on Facebook because I'm happy because no one's hacking our account.
Okay, let's get the view previous. We've got 62 comments.
Lovely. You love to see it. You love to see it.
First off the bat was Mr. Joe Holzman, almost as per usual. He's painting someone who really deserves their own stream, but he's reportedly overlooked by the powers that be, who's clearly got holds. Look, we know who it's going to be. There he is.
It's Caliborn.
It's Caliborn.
I haven't. Hang on. I'm on Facebook. I haven't got.
That is a tub. There's a lot of jelly beans going out of that tub, Joe. I hope you're not out of them tonight. You won't sleep. You'll be up all night. You got him on?
Nope.
Because he's not in there.
We're saying no to Caliborns, right?
Yeah, he's not in it, is he?
I don't believe so.
No, we're not aware that he is. Let's put it that way. So if we're not aware that they are, then it's got to be a no, surely. It's that open tonight. We've got to be harsh. Surely.
Is that not the opposite? It's that open. We should be generous. It's up to you. I'm fine with it.
I say no.
All right.
I say no. Sorry,
there you go. Steve's in charge tonight. That's it.
Yeah. Isn't it funny how when you're in charge, you're dead harsh and I'm dead laid back, but when I'm in charge, I'm dead harsh, so you're like, yeah, I would have allowed it.
I'll be trying to fight for you guys tonight. It's Steve that's trying to shut you
down. Let's have a look. Frederick's got some cola, Superbon, Pimento, Chips de Madrid. He's got some dwarfs. He's in.
Is he? Why?
Dwarf Warriors there.
Why would Dwarf Warriors possibly be in?
Oh, is it only characters we're doing?
Yeah, heroes.
Well, who's that? That's a Dwarf King there, isn't it?
Is it?
Well, I mean, he just says he's working in Dwarven Battle Company, so it's up to you. I'll let you decide.
You've changed in the last comment.
Man of the people.
If that's a Dwarf King, he can be in.
Let us know, Frederick.
Does he stuck a shield?
We're not going to put you in, Frederick, unless you clarify.
Frederick likes to be in. I would.
He does.
I'm putting him in because he'll have the integrity to say I'm not in.
Yeah.
Right.
Sean Clark, he's got some crispy Korean chicken. Looks nice, that, my mate. And a King of Men.
Mm-hmm.
So he's in.
Lovely. Lots of chat about.
I do apologise sometimes.
What's he done? Did you see this? Did you see the King of Men? It's a great job for a night.
Has he done one? I've not seen it. Let me have a look. Oh, yeah, it's pretty. It's very cool. Nice work, man. Todd Egbert, he's got Reese's cupcakes. They look nice, and he's working on one of the 3 trolls. Tom Spate still working away on his Haradrim. Yeah, I've got a big Harad poster in this painting. It's another one of them that I just keep putting to the back. Working on the modular Mordor board from Battle Games Middle Earth tutorials, as well as a captain from Khazad Doom and a few scatter pieces, says Steve. And then we've got Mark.
He's in.
He's in with bells on again, isn't he?
Classic. I like Mark sculpting something for us every week.
Sculpting and painting.
Yeah, that's just awesome. Wonderful. Oh, he loves to do it. Captain Hey Ho from Swashbuckle, of course. She had a mega dress at the premiere. She had this huge dress flying behind her. Gilgalad, what a model to paint.
And then we've got. He's finished, mate. I don't want to piss on your campfire, but he painted Gilgalad and Elrond tonight.
Yeah, well, I had a chat to kind of.
What it was.
They look good, man. They look good.
I was working on some Rohan houses. I've got a load of Rohan houses that I need to get painted up. Just time, not enough hours in the day. Saruman Kamul, Captain of Men from Nathan. Do any of these get me in the role?
All right, so this is the first time we've had this. It's no to the captain, no to Saruman. So it's only does a ring wraith get him in?
I mean, they're going to be. We know they're going to be in it, right?
You don't know.
Well,
I think
it depends on which form. If we're being thingy on the form of, because we know there's going to be kings and men who get the rings, who are the ring wraiths. I'd say yes.
Okay,
It's a fun one. Yeah, I'd say yes.
Sorry to all Celeborn fans.
And then he's done.
He's dug out a bonus Sauron.
Yeah, standard.
Oh! Look at that! Look at Frederick. That's outstanding from Frederick.
Wow.
He's hijacked. Have you not seen this? Look at Nathan's Saruman picture. Sauron picture. He's hijacked that picture. Can you see that?
I had a dwarf king in there.
He's heard us saying this and has jumped down
live.
Enough comments to hopefully catch it. We've seen it, right? Yeah, and you're in. There you go, yeah. Frederick. I told you he likes spinning.
Tom Christian working on Galadriel. Yeah, really nice sculpts.
Think she's in it.
Yeah, just a little bit. Ryan Cuthbert is in. Dwarf Kings. Attempts on Prince Turin on the right hand one. Yeah, they're looking good, mate.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, it's a nice idea.
Looking very good. Scott Newman, T, massive wagon wheel and a dwarven king for me. Also, 2 attacking with the top Frodo's for my BSIME terrain piece. Nice mug as well, mate. That is a massive wagon wheel. It's a jammy one though. Right into that.
Is that a real wagon wheel or is that like a?
I think it's like a wagon wheel cake.
They still make wagon wheels?
Yeah, of course they do.
Oh, hang on, look at this. Because doesn't he work in a bakery or something?
Does it?
Am I making that up?
I make them in a bakery where I work. Ah, there you go. There you go.
We make Biscoff wagon wheels as well as jam ones.
And then we've got a picture. Look at that.
You can't call them. Can you call them wagon wheels though? Do you call them wagon wheels, Scott? Or is
if it's a little independent, they can do what they want. It's my house. Do what I want.
I think if it's a little independent, they're more likely to be shut down.
Nah.
I'm sure they know what they're doing with their wheels.
Yeah. Scott Newman.
I just want the best for you.
Scott Newman. How come you're painting 2 Frodos, Scott?
Well, don't have a go at him. Like...
No, I'm just asking. What's the reasoning?
Oh, you mean it's the same sculpt? What are you doing? It's Rings of Power night. Take a look at yourself. 3 Crabane.
They look sweet though, mate.
Frodos. Yeah.
Ashley Fisher, no Rings of Power bits for me tonight. Need to get my Crabane done for a tournament at Bad Moon tomorrow.
3 Crabane's a bit much, isn't it? Seems unnecessary. Good, I like the flying stands.
Yeah, very good, very good, very good.
Tom Wayne, who is that Tom W from YouTube?
Must be, yeah.
Did we just? Oh God,
no, Wainwright.
Wayne, yeah. So you don't think Tom Wayne is Tom Wainwright?
I'm gonna listen. I ain't jumping to any conclusions. You did that, and you made a right mess of it.
Do we now have to ask who Tom Wayne is on Facebook? Tom Wayne, are you Tom Wag?
Working my said tonight after I missed a sealed door a few weeks ago. He's currently being dwarfed by an empty glass of white wine.
Tom Wayne, is it?
Morgan Morris, Galadriel.
Galadriel.
High five, Galadriel. There's a really nice Galadriel on the Great British Hobbit League. Went up this week. I think it's by a Spanish chap. I might be wrong by the country of origin, but it was very nice. Chris Cooper, not watching, but I've had a quick paint anyway. Ruth has been watching painting though. Here is Gil-galad.
Okay,
and so his Sauron. So Chris and Sauron. Yeah, they're both in.
Right, both Chris, Cooper, Ruth. I'm sure we've clarified this past. She is Ruth Cooper. I'm enjoying this. I'm going to go into the Noppers. We've still got the Noppers to go. I think
you'll find it's Kernoppers.
Okay with silent.
No, that's the thing. It isn't silent.
Is that the twist?
Yeah, we always thought it was.
Oh, it's Kernoppers, but the K must be silent, but it's not silent.
Yeah. They look pretty cool, Rob. Working on my dismounts for my Knights of Pinneth Gelin and a sneaky Isildur who snuck into the painting queue about half an hour ago. Primarily drying him. That's what you get for being unprepared for the stream.
I can't tell you how much. It makes my heart sore. every week when someone says something like that. They just dug out in the shield or painting them for the fun of it.
Very cool.
Love it.
Carl Daly painting Galadriel. Looking good, man.
And Curtin.
Nice hair. Curtin's one of the models that I had for many years, and I painted him a couple of years ago. And I can't remember why I painted him. I think it was just because I was sick of looking at him unpainted. I didn't really want to paint him. Wasn't a fan of the model, and painted him, and now I'm a big fan of the model. Weirdly enough.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I haven't done him. I've got him. I'm sitting in the box for ages.
Larry's going to work on Galadriel and had been had priming issues, but remembered he still had Gilly sitting around from the stream.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
Really like that Galadriel sculpt. Working on some forestry for my Sauron's base at Mirkwood, though. Could be any creepy forest in Middle Earth, says Dwalin.
Now, is he working on that? That's Sauron in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Is he working on the Sauron, though?
I'd say stick him in.
No, I don't think he is. I'm working on some forestry for Sauron's base at Mirkwood.
Stick him in.
Why? He's not.
Stick him in. Stick him in. I'd say yes. All he'd have to do is just just glue a little bit of sand to his base. Happy days, you're in.
The Celeborn fans are going to be.
Teenage Dirtbag says, sadly, too knackered after a certain little man's first birthday party, but I'll be chilling to this tomorrow as I work on my team championships army. Good man.
Did you say Teenage Dirtbag?
Yeah, what was his name?
The post-teen spirit.
That's the one, yeah. That's sweet, Reese. That's very nice.
Oh, that's a bit of a right, isn't it?
Yeah. Is that my one, Reese? Or have you already given me my one?
No,
if not, I want to swap. No, Reese has painted up my one.
How do you even? What even is?
Mine. Maybe that's why he said, "Look at it." Is that my one? That's class, mate.
Reese, can you genuinely? Can you put in the it back in the YouTube chat? What have you done? That gold, like the gold on his hips, those plates. Like what is that highlight? I can see like a dark yellowy gold, which looks like a base color, and then almost like a white highlight. Obviously, you don't know what the light's doing. But what can I have the recipe for that gold? Because it looks absolutely mint.
I love the red on the axe. The highlights are crisp as,
but
mate.
Dane isn't in, right? It's pretty, but don't get him a dice.
It's true. Sean Williams, Kurdam.
Yes, I think Curdan's been confirmed for later seasons. I'm going to put him in.
Very nice.
I'm sure they've made the point of saying he will have a beard.
Michael Curtis, 7 dwarves for some reason. They look sweet, mate.
7 dwarves.
7 dwarves.
He's got the full set. They're going to have a bad time when they get some rings.
Frederick says the map he was talking about.
Okay, so is this the... Let me see. Right, got ya. So that's obviously later in the episode. So I think the one that I looked at was the first time you see that story. And they're sort of to the northeast of that. But yeah, I think Frederick was saying it changes throughout.
Yeah.
They're then saying that might be the Southlands.
Yeah.
Oh, very strange.
Who knows?
It's weird that they're being consistent in the same episode.
James Sherman is painting Azogs. Very nice, very nice.
Not in the series, though.
No, love me some Azog, though. Tom Turtle, a bit of light assembly for me tonight. Bit of Glorfy. I've seen some really nice Glorfindels painted up on the socials of late.
We're saying no to Glorfindel, though, right?
Yeah. And then Josh Crosby, some progress on Gilgalad. Other secret things for the meetup in progress too. Ooh. But he's in for Gilgalad. And
beautiful.
Fresh.
Where's my one?
See if your one?
Where's my one?
I'll
put a picture up. More to the point. Oh, I haven't hit up. Oh, for God's sake.
What's going on there?
He's up now.
Right, where's Josh? Has this gone all... Oh,
refresh again. You need to refresh again.
Here we go.
Before we started this, I put him up and I typed the comment and I put the photo and I didn't hit enter.
Oh, that's the worst thing you can do.
Refresh again. I'm in.
Done that one. Done that one. Some guy called Damien O'Brien.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Thank you. It's not bad for a night's work, I
Yeah,
thought.
it's decent, mate. It's decent. I
Very
think he's.
B-side.
I think Aglos has got. I think you need to uncurl that point a little bit. I think it's
What?
too curved.
Oh, what? You think it's been bent?
Yeah, I think
Is
it's
it?
too. Yeah, I think it's too curved.
I'm not touching that now.
And there's a little bit that you've not snipped off and cleaned properly. Just saying on the tip.
Oh, it's too late for that. The B-side model. Couldn't give a crap. I thought it was just an elf blade. I didn't realise it was bent. No.
Yeah, it looks a little bit too. It looks a bit. I like. But if you look at Josh's above.
Don't put Josh Crosby's Gilgalad next to my Gilgalad. That's me.
Let me just do a photo. That's it. What do we end up with numbers wise?
What do we end up with? Hurtful comments. We ended up with. I don't suppose I get to go into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. 19. It's a very good.
Rings of Power 19.
Very good chance to win a dice.
Yeah. Have we got a D19? Well, we have. You have actually. You've got a D20.
God knows we got a D20 because you've rolled 3 20s in a row on it before. In a frankly alarming turn of events.
Live on camera.
So presumably we need a 6-6-7 group to get our 3 finalists. Harry's got to be fancying his chances.
Or just roll a D20 3 times.
Shall we go with that?
Yeah.
Go on then. Let's mix it up. Go on. Let's roll D20 3 times and inevitably roll the same number again and again and again. And infuriate everyone. I love it, Steve. I love it. We're going to roll a D20 3 times.
We're going to disregard the 20 and roll that 3 times.
Let me find out if it's got a 0 first. I don't want to be there again. I have the D20. It has a 1. So we're disregarding the 20, are we?
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Wow, one group. What a time to be alive. One pool. What?
Good luck, everybody.
What?
So this, I said, good luck, everybody. So this is to.
Oh, good no. Sounded like the stranger.
I was yawning.
George.
So these numbers that we roll now is for 3 finalists, and then we will do a final, which is best of 3.
Yes.
Yep.
How is that looking?
By the way, I've just said, I've not said it, like I'm bigging up my failed charge games t-shirt.
Oh, can you may certainly give them a shout out, Shidrist? Such a failed charge game, shill.
I know.
How are we doing?
Right,
how are we doing?
Turn the dice tray round because it's annoying me that the battle stream's been left, logo's upside down.
Like that.
And again, another 90 degree.
Like that.
That's the one. That's the
All
one.
right, love it. Okay.
Go up a bit.
What does up a bit mean?
Up, well, to the top.
That way?
No. Up. If you look at the logo, what would be up?
This way?
Yeah, up a little bit more. Smidge left. Down a bit. You're going too mild. I don't know. A smidge down south is obviously a lot more than a smidge. That's bang on, mate. You couldn't get better. It's like perfect.
Couldn't ask for it to be any better.
No, it's like the best of it.
That's what we want, is it? Lovely. Lovely. So, it's the order you're in. Frederick Short, Sean Clark, Mark Greentree, Warwick Griggs, Nathan Talbot, Tom Christian, Ryan Cuthbert, Scott Newman, Tom Wayne, Morgan Morris, Chris Cooper, Ruth Cooper, Rob Mycock, Carl Daly, Larry Miller, Dwayne Grudgebane, Sean Williams, Michael Curtis, and Josh Crosby.
Yep.
So, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Is the internet ready though, Steve? Is anyone ready for this?
The internet's never ready for this stuff.
No, never ready for this stuff. Oh, I've just seen it on the internet. It does look perfect.
It does.
20, right.
Here we go. Here we go.
It's going to be a
Get your lottery
long
numbers
night.
here.
7.
7.
Better.
Lucky 7. Lucky 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's Ryan Cuthbert.
Ryan Cuthbert. So he's first in the final pen.
Correct.
He's in the fan pen.
I think we're long overdue for another 20.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 13.
Unlucky for we've had lucky 7 and
9,
unlucky
10,
13.
11, 12, 13. It's Rob Mycock.
Oh, one more.
Can long overdue Larry Miller possibly get it? We're after a 15 for Larry. It's a 20.
Of course it is.
It's a 3.
Ooh.
It's Mark Greentree with his
Mark
sculpted
Greentree.
Deesa.
Ooh.
There we go.
In.
Those are our 3 finalists. So we have Mark, Ryan, and Rob.
Mark, Ryan, and Rob. Okay.
I have a cheeky bit of a.
What numbers are we giving who?
That order. There's the order on my screen.
So Mark is. Have you got a D3? Yeah. So Mark is 1, Ryan is 2, Rob is 3.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yep.
First of 3.
Yep.
Here we go.
Mark's in. 1-0. 1-0, Mark. Oh! Could it be the first whitewash?
Dare to dream.
No one else is getting a look in.
Oh, they are. They are. Ryan has stormed back.
Ryan.
Mark 2. Ryan 1. Where is Rob? Where is Rob in all this?
Come on, Rob.
There's Rob. There he is. It's never simple, is it? It's never simple. Never simple. All right. Do you think we're getting... Is it all over here, or do you think we're getting a bit more drama?
I think we're going to have a climax. And then you can roll the dice.
Ryan. That's 2 Mark, 2 Ryan, and 1 for Rob.
If a 3 comes in here now, this is like...
Mark must be screaming at this
the
point.
most exciting thing. Yeah.
No, I had it. I could touch it.
Peaked too early, Mark.
Do you think is Rob storming back?
Who knows?
He only has.
Oh, this is it. Back. This is it. Sudden death.
It's 2-2.
Sudden death.
It happens a surprising amount on
a lot. It happens a lot.
Who would have thunk it? Crazy times. Are we ready?
Yep.
This one then. It's all about this dice.
This
all comes down to this. Oh, it's Ryan. He's stolen it.
Well done, Ryan.
Stolen it from Mark. Ryan Cuthbert, as I live and breathe.
Mark's there, jumping up and down. I freaking sculpt things for this stream.
I deserved it. I believe he's got at least 1.
Has he?
Yeah, Ryan's definitely got 1. He's got 2. I think this is his 3rd black dice.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ryan. Get a little collection there.
Ever sculpted anything for the stream, Ryan? Well done. Commiserations to the 2 finalists.
22. Ryan Cuthbert. I'm actually looking at my spreadsheet here. I've actually got a fair few to send out. Still got 5. Apologies for that. I'm in 19 entries this time. I do wonder. I mean,
are you gonna flip the camera back or?
Nah. Don't you like the dice tray? Show him his prize. Ryan Cuthbert, you've won this staggering dice, which only rolls 3s. See, and it does only roll 3s. Yeah, this one. Yeah. We saw that earlier. Wonderful stuff. I wonder. There's 2. I think viewers were down a bit tonight, and entries were down a bit tonight, and I wonder if people hate us.
Yeah.
And B, people are staying away from it for spoilers.
Yeah.
Because some people might not have watched it.
Could be. Who knows? We'll find out next week if there's only 12 people watching.
But they hate us.
We're grinding on people after 2.5 years. Yep, so the General Grievous is in. He says, hello there. How you doing, pal? Taylor says, two 220,000 foot table for the scenario.
How have you worked that out? Like, what is that? Oh, is that 3,000 miles, or is that in some way to scale?
God knows.
Love to know what you've done there.
Nathan T says classic Steve Stroke Damien interaction. What was that?
Yeah, knows. Good knoppers, Frederick. Thank you.
Joe says that was the picture before stream. Max says poor guy, even being poked by a trident. Also, Galadriel's still in her corner, says Joe. Max says those are rangers, right? Oh, that's the dwarf. Dwarves. Dwarf kings aren't named characters, says Joe Holzman. Justice for Celeborn.
Oh, that's why they're all saying poor guy, because Celeborn didn't.
Yeah.
It's all about Celeborn.
And Joe says, just to say, I'm actually not against dwarf kings being included. Before Frederick thinks I'm in favour of omitting him from the draw. Scott Newman says, it's all
very polite, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Scott Newman says, Steve, the two Frodos are because I bid on 2 attack on Weathertop sets on eBay thinking I would not win them both, and I did. So picking both up for my BSIME terrain project may sell a set yet.
I quite like the idea that you were punishing yourself for your mistake. Yeah. I didn't want them to, but if I just get rid of one or don't paint it, I'll never learn.
There were 7 dwarf clans. That's probably the reason for 7 dwarf kings, says Joe. Which one is dopey though? Asked Larry. Don't think we need to keep talking about the stealing of the name wagon wheels. My missus, the owner of said bakery, has now changed their name to just Wagons. There you go.
Is that what? Is that enough? You stop selling those wagons wheels, but what if we sold round wagons? Be fine.
Larry says, "Did you definitely put it on the whip thread, Damien? It can
As
be
it
hard to
turned out.
tell which one is the whip thread.
Yeah,
Steve should make it more clear."
I agree. 2.5 years. I haven't known what you people have been suffering through.
It's
not easy.
Are we doing first to 3 on a D20? Says Larry. I hope so, Larry, says Josh Crosby. Ashley Fisher says, I thought Steve said through his yawn, shall we tuck everyone in? Got a bit excited. Nathan T says, they're crystal mazing again. We need Damien to scream, let me out. I was hoping for a 1, says Larry. Joe Holzman says, I can't see because the bloody microphone's in the way. Let me get this straight. Name characters from Rings of Power. Dwarf Kings, Kings of Men, not named. Círdan, not in it. Trees, not even a character, but no Celeborn. That's right.
Apparently, I wasn't in charge tonight, Joe. You could. I understand.
Anything goes. Anything can happen when I'm in charge. So much tension, says Larry. So close, says Mark. Congrats, Ryan. Congrats, Ryan. Cheers. Very tense. Congrats, Ryan. Sorry, Mark, says Ryan. Josman says changing their name to Wheels would make more sense than Wagons. I was actually thinking that, but didn't want to say it, Joe.
That's a great point.
And that's us caught up on the chat, mate.
What a comment! What a comment to catch up on.
I'm just gonna have a quick look now while I'm fiddling about on there. I've got a feeling
tonight's gonna be a good night.
The next forecast stream is the Patreon meetup.
Yeah, it is.
So what are we thinking? The week after?
Yeah, it'd have to be the week after.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be it's not like we won't be with you. We will be with you. I can't do the Saturday, so we haven't talked about this. But maybe the Friday, the 23rd. Does that look?
I'll have to check. I'll have to check the calendar.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll have to check.
But yeah, it won't be. It won't be the next 2 weeks. We have Warhammer teams next week, followed by the BSIME meetup.
Yeah.
Are you going to teams?
No.
Not that one.
I couldn't do the 2 on the bounce.
Sure.
Couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. And hope to see lots of you there at BSIME. Has any of you come in to join the team championships?
Yeah.
The Wanderers will be represented.
It's a shame. If there was if they were still doing seminars, I probably would have made the journey over on Saturday evening for a couple of hours, but Yeah. He's unlikely.
Fair enough.
So, but I'll be there the week after, or so.
And so
We'll have a
before we
laugh.
chat to you all next, we will see a great number of you at the BSIME meetup. I'm sure you are very excited. I can't believe it's been a year since the last one. It's crazy.
I know, it's mental. That's it. So we will announce the date for the next stream when we know it. Thank you, everybody who's joined. It's now 20 to 1 in the morning.
That has flown by like never before.
I knew it would. I knew the chat would be busy. It's Rings of Power week. I knew it would just be going through.
It's lovely chatting to you all about it. That was really nice, kind of hearing that kind of it's not quite live where everyone's talking at the same time, but hearing loads of different views that you can actually reply to as opposed to the comments on threads and stuff. That's been really cool.
Yeah.
Really good to hear so many people have enjoyed it. We've enjoyed it. And of course, I mean, it's inevitable that we'll be talking about it, but we don't get to do a weekly thing, but it's normally 2 weeks. So there'll only be 4 that could talk about it. Yeah. And we're going to be, we will have had 3 more episodes by the time we stream.
Yes. There'll be a lot to talk about. We might hate it by then.
Indeed, yeah. They better be bloody numerous.
This crap, what is it?
But,
yeah, go on.
I thought you were saying something.
I thought you were saying something. Was you not saying something?
No, I thought you were. Yeah, I think so.
No, I was just going to say, thank you everyone who joined us. It's been another great stream. Like Damien says, flew by. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. And I look forward to the meetup in 2 weeks for our patrons that are coming. That's going to be a lot of fun. No doubt we'll talk about that the week after, as well as talk about the catch-up episodes of Rings of Power. And we probably won't talk a lot about what we should be talking about. So,
you know what we should be talking about, Steve? It's probably worth getting them to prime it.
Who is it? I can't remember which one it is.
Sounds a bit like a sword.
Come on, mate. It's 20 to bloody 1 in the morning.
Sounds a bit like Glamdring.
Oh, is it gambling?
It's gambling week. Gambling week. He's been waiting.
I hope you're ready with your freehand, row-hand banners.
Everyone throws up. Yeah, it's gambling week, so we'll allow any it's the first time he's turned up and he's a named hero, so it will be gambling week. Yeah. Any sculpt of gambling will be acceptable.
I reckon it could be a dark horse,
Could be. I don't think it'll be a record breaker, but everyone's got a gambling, and there was the new one released not long ago, so I think a lot of people will pick that up.
Yeah.
But it's time for gambling Captain of Rohan to show his quality. Nice. I have got a base coated and shaded gambling. Like on my Royal Guard that I did from that tournament 10 years ago. So I'm going to be doing exactly the same thing to him. I'm going to get him, just chuck 4 hours worth of highlights on him and call him done.
Yeah.
So I'm quite looking forward to that. But that's the next stream. Thanks. How about Gilgalad?
There he is, look.
Thanks for taking the lead tonight on all the chat. I didn't do any chat business tonight, but you allowed me to paint a model. Thank you, man. You'll see him at the meetup, which is cool. I'm just mega excited about that. I never paint them. I paint so slowly that whenever I can somehow get in the groove on these BSIME models, sort of paint a model, quickly and not necessarily to my best ability, but just good enough to do. I love it. I really, really love it.
Good work, mate. Good work.
Awesome.
Right. Should we call it?
I think we should. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Anything else to add?
That's it.
That's it. Okay, people.
I'll wait to see what happens in Rings of Power.
Yeah, we'll see you soon. Take care, everyone. Good night.
See you, Larry.